We're going rogue on Sabrina. Good morning. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Larry Clay, and I'll be chairing today's session, and our panel members today are Dylan Reed, Paul Gogan, and Phil Gosh. We are supported today by staff, Kirk Wepler, Debbie Wong, and a special shout out to Billy Seguer, who is working remotely. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or, in some limited circumstances, the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out in the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I'll call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into the committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes that need adopting?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, the minutes from the July 17th, 2024 hearing, those minutes are ready for adoption.
I have a motion, please. Phil? Moved by Phil Gosh, seconded by Paul. All in favor? Those minutes are adopted. Are there any declarations of interest from the morning session, staff, panel? No, seeing none. Any deferral requests?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do not see any deferral requests at this time, as well as I don't see any files that require closure.
Thank you very much. All right, we can proceed to our first item of the day. This is an application from 760 Markham Street. This is to alter the existing one-story ancillary building, a detached garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway, by constructing a one-story addition on the east side and a complete second-story addition for the laneway suite. There will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. A revised site plan, floor plans, elevations received July 31st. A revised zoning waiver received July 31st. A red line public notice from the agent. 6 photographs of the subject property. A cover letter from the agent dated July 31st. And decision number A0070/20TEY affecting the subject property. We have email correspondence from Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Development Planning and Review, and the staff report from Community Planning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. No registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Great, thanks very much. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I hope you will hear me.
We can hear you fine. If you have your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Sasha Bilenov, 63 St. Clements Avenue in Toronto. I'm an architect and a professional planner. On behalf of Mrs. Nikolic, I will present the proposal, kindly asking you to approve it. We don't, in connection with and conversation with the community planning, we agreed to lower the height of the proposed second-story addition. Therefore, we don't need the item number or variance number 2 because we do comply with the revised drawings that you have in front of you.
Okay, so you're, just to be clear, you're removing variance number 2.
We are removing variance number 2, yes.
Are there any other changes?
No, there are no other changes. Everything has been in basically correspondence and comments and phone calls with community planning.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do you need a presentation on this one, or you want to go straight to questions? Okay. Sir, we don't, panel has read the material. We're familiar with your application. We don't need a presentation this morning. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee?
No, we substantially reduced the height and therefore we substantially reduced the 45-degree angular plane. So the variances are, the remaining variances are small indeed, and there is no impact on the neighboring properties on both sides, because on both sides we have garages. So there is a bit of a shadowing on the garage to the north, but really no undue effect. And I kindly request that you approve the proposal. Thank you in advance.
Thank you. So you're not eliminating the angular plane, you've just reduced it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? Phil?
Are you aware of the proposed planning condition, and do you have any, is it acceptable to you?
The planning conditions are totally acceptable. This is what we agreed with the community planning.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's take this into committee. Any comments? Dylan?
This seems really minor. The only concern I had was the height, and that's been taken care of. Transportation has said they're fine with the distance from the laneway. So I think this is really minor. I move that we approve these variances.
Great. Motion to approve by Mr. Reid, second.
As amended?
As amended, yes, sorry, as amended. And with the planning condition.
Seconded by Mr. Gogan. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Appreciate your help.
Sereno, can we do 2 and 3 together?
Yes.
Do I have to read both of them into the record?
Yes.
Okay. So this is going to take a minute, folks. So next item 2 is 1141 Bloor Street West, 980 Dufferin Street, and 90 Croatia Street. This is an application to alter the development standards for blocks C, D, E, and F containing buildings C, D, E, and F of the mixed-use development redevelopment approved under site-specific zoning bylaws 700 2021 OLT to permit increases to the floor, gross floor area, increases to the permitted height, and to add additional elements to the list of permitted setback encroachments, increases to specific height projections, increases to the percentage of grade for loading access ramps, limiting reduction of amenity space area from the overall gross floor area, and relief from the size and location of the private school and private day nursery. There will be a total of 2,000 residential dwelling units provided at this site. This site is currently under review by site plan control applications, a series of them, which I'm not going to read into the record. The committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 14 photographs of trees on the subject property received March 7th, 11 photographs of the subject property also received on March 7th, covering letter from the agent, decision numbers B0087/19TEY and A0313/23TEY affecting the subject property, an arborist report, engineering report, transportation rationale, shadow studies, presentation materials from the agent, and a site-specific bylaw 700-2021 OLT affecting the subject property, and revised diagram 8 from site-specific zoning bylaw. We have commentary from community planning, from development planning and review, transportation services, heritage planning, staff reports from TTC, and from another from community planning. We also have correspondence from the counselor. We also have item number 3, which is related. This is 1141 Bloor Street West, 980 Dufferin Street, and 90 Croatia Street as well. This is to alter the development standards for Block A and Block B containing buildings A, B1, and B2 approved for 11, 34, and 37 stories respectively. Of the mixed-use redevelopment approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 700-2021 by increasing the building height and number of dwelling units provided within mixed-use buildings A, B1, and B2, also to permit the reduction of parking spaces provided. There will be a total of 284 residential dwelling blocks units in Block A and 859 residential dwelling units within Block B provided. This is currently under review by a series of site plan control applications. We do have a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of trees on the subject property, a cover letter from the agent, decision numbers B0087/19TEY and A0313/23TEY affecting the subject property. We have arborist reports and other presentation materials from the agent, site-specific bylaws 700-2021 affecting the subject property, and revised diagram 7. Commenting agencies from community planning, transportation services, heritage planning, TTC, and another one from community planning. We have another letter from the counselor. So, okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agents here in person, so I'll ask them one by one to come up and give their presentation, and then we will hear from the registered speakers.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Good morning. If you could have your name and address, please.
Morning, my name is Dave Charazenko. I'm a principal at Bousfields. We're at 3 Church Street, Suite 200.
Thank you very much. Now, you are doing, can you combine the presentations for both, or are you doing them separately?
Two separate presentations, okay. And at your request, we'd like to proceed with item 3 first.
All right.
We'll set out sort of a bit of the context and I think some of the principle around the increase in density.
Okay.
And then I'll pass it over to my colleague, David, who will give another presentation on item 2. And
for the record, this is BLOOR and DUFFERIN, right?
BLOOR and DUFFERIN, yeah.
Okay.
And there is one variance in each of the applications that are duplicates of one another, so we can eliminate one of them if it's at your discretion to approve the other.
All right, sir, you have 5 minutes.
So this should be presentation AO448. Good? Okay. So next slide, please. So we've been working with the owners of the site at the southwest corner of Bloor and Dufferin since 2017. When we initially submitted applications for official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan of subdivision, and site plan application. Since that time, the project has been approved by the tribunal, and it will provide over 2,000 new residential dwelling units, including 56 affordable housing units. It'll include a new 3,500 square meter park on Croatia Street at the south east corner of the site, and it also will retain heritage elements of the Kent School and former BLOOR Collegiate, as well as create direct connections to Dufferin Station on Line 2. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, my presentation is with relation to blocks A and B. Those are the two blocks highlighted in red on the west side of the site. The blocks are divided by a new private road that bisects the site north-south. And as I mentioned, the other application that is related to this file that will be presented by my partner David Hunn is in relation to blocks C, D, and E, which are on the east side of the site or fronting Dufferin Street. One other important point, and the reason for the two applications, is that since the approval of the applications for this development, the ownership structure of the site has changed. There are now two partners involved. Hazelview Investments, which I'm presenting on behalf of, is the owner of blocks A and B, and then Fitzrovia Development is the owner of blocks C, D, and E, hence the reason for the two applications. Next slide, please. So in the previous approvals of the tribunal, the subject site was redesignated to mixed-use areas and parks, and also subject to a site and area-specific policy 581 through official plan amendment 489. Of principal concern with respect to the SASP is site-specific density of 5.69 FSI was applied. Next slide, please. Through the detailed design of the development and subsequent submissions of the site plan, we found that there was an under-calculation of the site area of the site. Essentially, Block F, which was just to the west of the site, was excluded from the overall site area of the site. And when you include that area, you increase the permitted amount of density under the SASP by about 4,153 square meters in total. So the first variance is to vary the maximum gross floor area and the maximum residential gross floor area for the site to apply that 5.69 FSI that's been approved in the SASP and OPA. And as I mentioned, the difference between the OPA and the zoning bylaw, the site-specific zoning bylaw, where these gross floor area calculations are provided, is simply a result of a miscalculation of the site area. Next slide, please. Sorry, and just to refer you back to my initial comment, that first variance is a duplicate of a variance in the other application, so one of them can be deleted if it's supportable by the committee.
Which one is that?
Variance number 1.
One, okay.
It's a duplicate. Okay. Variance number 2 and 3 are combined. Variance 2 and 3 relate to the heights of building A and B2 in both meters and stories. So to apply that additional residential GFA, we've increased the height of building A and B2 by 1 story. That will produce slightly adjusted metric heights for the buildings as well. So those are variances 2 and 3. Next slide, please. Variances 4 and 7. So these relate principally to the fact that in the site-specific bylaw, building A did not have a mechanical penthouse on top of it previously. Through the detailed design of building A, we've moved the mechanical penthouse to the roof, and you'll see in the provision of the site-specific bylaw that building A was specifically excluded from the permission for a mechanical penthouse on the roof. So we're simply adding it like the other buildings on the site. And then secondly, we're asking for a cooling tower to be added to the list of permitted projections above the height. Cooling tower has been added to the mechanical equipment for building A, and it was not specifically listed as one of the projections. So that's variance 4 and 7. Next slide, please. So this is a side-by-side comparison of the north elevation of building A. So this is the building facing Bloor Street. On the left side of your screen is the approved height and massing of building A, and on the right side of your screen, highlighted in blue, is the additional story, and then highlighted in green is the new mechanical penthouse that's being added to the top of that. Next slide, please. Similarly, so this is now Block B, and B2 is the taller building on the right side of both of those images. Again, on the left side is the as-approved heights and massing, and then on the right side, highlighted in blue, is the additional story on B2.
I don't want to rush you, but
Yeah.
you're well over your time. Is there, can you?
Just one more slide.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then finally, variances 5 and 6. So this is related to the unit count to achieve the additional residential density. We're simply increasing the number of permitted units on building A from 211 to 284. And we're reducing the parking count just slightly, so maintaining all of the existing parking. Those are the 7 variances for.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Panel, any questions? Dylan?
Just a quick one. For the increased number of units in building in Block A, are you maintaining the proportion of like size of units, like 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom?
Yes. Yeah, it's a duplicate of the floor below.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
And are you contributing any additional community benefit funding to the city for this additional density?
Through you, Chair. So the development has pretty significant community benefit package
Sure.
that was approved. Not the least of which includes Block F, which is under construction, which is a 56-unit affordable housing building entirely. The development, which my colleague David will get into a little bit more, also includes a new community hub in the former Kent School, and as I mentioned, a 3,500 square meter public park. These were all elements that were discussed with staff and approved at the tribunal.
And so I appreciate that there's a whole package. I just wondered whether there's, I mean, in my vernacular, it's all Section 37, right? So whether there's additional, there's nothing in our reports from community planning suggesting that there is a need for that, but I was just curious.
Yeah, my colleague David will refer to that. Thanks.
Sabrina, do we have a speaker on this item?
We do, but I think what we should do is hear the other presentation, and then the speakers can speak for both
Are
applications.
there concerns for both or one or the other?
I would assume that there's going to be a concern for both.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We're treating these separately, but do we need to deal with the decision afterwards, right? After we hear both?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, sir. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, Chair and committee. My name is David Hun. I'm a partner at Bestfields Incorporated. Our office is at 3 Church Street, Suite 200 in the city of Toronto.
All right, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Before I get started, just given that my colleague did speak first, he had mentioned about the first variance. So I just want to correct if our first variance is a duplicate of their first variance. So if the committee chooses to strike our variance from our application or from theirs, just.
Do you have a preference if that's where we're going, or does it matter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would advise not to do that.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay.
All right, you have
so
5 minutes, sir.
Our application is for, presentation is for 0279. I just want to make sure that's up. Okay. I'm here on behalf of Fitzrovia, co-owners of the subject site, along with Hazelview, which you just heard their application. I'm here to speak to the variances relating to the east parcel of the subject site. Next slide. Mr. Chair Zenko, my colleague, already spoke to the highlights of the project, but I'll just note that the items highlighted here are across the entire subject site, and that the approval of this application or the applications will allow for the completion of this rental project, which will result in the delivery of these important community amenities and benefits, including the retention of the school building and the inclusion of a community hub and daycare space, both of which are located on the eastern portion of the subject site. Next slide. Mr. Chair, Zenko already spoke to the history of the site, but I'll just note that due to more accurate laser measuring of the retained school building, the size of the community hub space to be provided was more correctly measured. And this correction was recently updated and corrected through the adoption of OPA 714, as noted on the screen here, all of which was discussed with and supported by city planning staff and approved by city council. Next slide. Mr. Chair, Zenko already went through the applicable OP policy, specifically relating to the site and area specific policy, of which permissions for maximum density of 5.69. But next slide. The images on the screen here show diagram 8 of the site-specific zoning and highlights the east blocks that are subject to this application, which again are in pink here, which are blocks A, C, D, and E. Next slide. Again, this is this similar variance that Mr. Chair Zenko had spoken earlier to, so I'll just bypass this one. So next slide. Variances 3 and 4 adjust the heights of the buildings in meters and stories respectively. The change to buildings D and E are due, and C are due to the need to accommodate structural and mechanical requirements of the buildings and allows for more generous floor-to-ceiling heights on the amenity levels. Building C will also require a variance to add an additional story to be added to the tower that will be accommodated within the double height indoor amenity space on the 8th level of the podium building. The additional story takes advantage of the double height and has been added within the building massing and is generally placed within the building envelope. As a result, the additional story is not adding additional height in meters than what is required from a structural and mechanical perspective. And as you can see on the image on the right-hand side, you'll see in a red line of what the additional heights are seeking. They're not for all the portions of the building. As it relates, most of the heights are increases to approximately 2.5 meters, and again, relate to more of the structural requirements of the building. And you'll note that the one additional height in stories to 33 stories, again, is only seeking that height as relates to the increase of the structural requirements. Next slide. With respect to variance 2, or the community hub space, the size changes based on the actual size of the space of the existing school building, which was laser measured after the OPA and rezoning came into force. The requirement to file an OPA and then file a minor variance application was agreed upon by city planning staff during the pre-application process. The OPA application was recommended for approval by city planning staff and subsequently approved by City Council on April 17th, 2024, and is now in force as OPA 714. This variance is to align the zoning bylaw with the recently adopted amendment as per OPA 714. As it relates to variance 5, variance 5 is to permit the projection of the existing heritage architectural piers on the Kent School building that were not captured in the site-specific bylaw. If you look at this image here on the right-hand side, you'll see this retained school building, and you'll see 4 architectural piers in the center of the building. Those are the elements that are part of the Heritage Conservation Plan that are meant to be retained, and unfortunately were not captured in the site-specific bylaw when it comes to their permitted projections. Next slide. Variances 6 and 11 are technical in nature. Variance 6 is to permit wind protection structures on the rooftop amenity levels to add for added comfort and safety for users of the amenity areas. While variance 11 is to permit washrooms, again, at the rooftop outdoor amenity levels as permitted projections, again, to add for more convenience for amenity users on the rooftop. Next slide. Fitzrovia specializes in rental buildings, such as the Waverly at College Spadina. This recently completed building was awarded Rental Development of the Year and Best Amenities by the Federation of Rental Housing Providers of Ontario in 2021. The proposed development blocks include very generous amounts of amenities for future tenants of the buildings, which are beyond what was negotiated at the time of the zoning bylaw. The amenity variances are intended to better reflect what is being constructed and offered to residents of this new development. Variance 7 further specifies the outdoor amenity requirements and
I'm just
establishes
going to ask you to
minimum
Good.
requirements. Sure. I'll maybe focus lastly as relates to variance 10. So if you can go to the next 2 slides, thank you. This relates to Block D, the city-owned community hub space in the former Kent School building, which is located on the first floor. Variance 10 is permitting or is seeking to permit the co-location of an additional private school and day nursery on the 2nd story of the building. This will allow for 2 childcare facilities to be located within the same building. In summary, we believe this application meets the 4 tests. Furthermore, the variances have all been discussed at length with staff, and the client have been actively engaged with staff during the SPA process. I'm here with Fitzrovia's representatives for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, sir. Panel, any questions? Just a quick one on the shadow studies. You've submitted a series of shadow studies. You're going up roughly a story. So is there any incremental impact through the shadowing?
Yeah, the incremental impact, is equivalent of about an increase in 2.5 meters, and not a full story in terms of its impact. In reviewing of those shadow impacts, it's my opinion as a professional planner that it is very incremental, and in comparison to what is already permitted as of right, again, very minor in terms of its impact, specifically in the highest peak time. It's very minute.
All right, thank you very much,
I
sir.
should also just, your comment about the Section 37.
Yeah, thanks.
That was secured as part of the OPA application.
Okay.
And that's why staff, as it relates to minor variance, are not seeking it, because there was an amendment to the Section 37 as
There
part of
was
the
an
OPA.
amendment. Okay, that's great. That's helpful. Thank you. All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, anyone here in person that wishes to speak to both applications can come up to the podium, one at a time. So we have Susan. Yes. Okay, let's start with you.
Hi, my name's Susan Burrell. I live at 525 Gladstone Avenue, one block east of this development.
Right.
They have provided me with a shadow study of the impact. The only problem is the shadow study.
There, that's better. Yes.
Do I start again?
Yes, please.
Hi, my name's Susan Gravel. I live at 525 Gladstone, one block west of this development. I'm concerned about the shadow impact on my home. They've provided me with a shadow study, but the study cuts off before my house.
So you're just not aware of what the impact's going to be,
Correct.
and that's your major concern?
Yes.
Okay, then when they come back, we'll ask them to specifically address
Okay.
that, if that's okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Jeannie Stiglick. I live at 437 St. Clarence Avenue. I've been following this development for a very long time. I'm also involved in the committee that's putting together the public park. I have several concerns. First one, how is it that multi-billion-dollar companies keep coming back to you asking for variances? How are there mistakes in things being measured? The community hub was decided, then reduced by 10%. They're now asking for increased height and increased density. Block 1, from 211 apartments to 284, that's a 30% increase. How is that a minor variance? Secondly, the transportation study apparently says that there'll be less traffic than in September 2017. The new development program generates 50 and 90 fewer two-way trips in the weekday AM and PM peak hours, respectively. In 2017, we didn't have DoorDash. People weren't into Amazon deliveries or other couriers or Lyft or Uber. This transportation study is laughable. Plus, there's going to be 2 daycares, a public and a private daycare, and possibly a private school. How is this transportation study valid? I do not believe it's valid, and you shouldn't be looking at 2017 numbers. You should be doing a proper analysis, stand on the corner and watch the traffic, take into account 2,000 new apartments. This is a questionable study. I urge the committee to ask for proper data. Third, the developers speak extensively about amenities for people. At all our meetings, we discussed amenities for dogs. We do not want dogs excreting all over the new public park and the sidewalks. On the 17th of January 2024, at the first meeting of the Park Committee, which is to design the new park, we were told by representatives of the development that Block B and D have planned pet amenities, including dog run and excretion areas. I spent time looking at the blueprints yesterday. I see a lot of amenity space, couches, swimming pools, bowling alleys, outdoor seating spaces, a library. I'd see absolutely nothing for pets. I don't see any dog runs. I don't see any dog excretion areas, and yet this is what we were told in January of 2024. Where are those facilities for the animals? Trees on Bloor Street have all been removed or mostly removed. I don't see any plans for replacement. I've looked at all the photos. They don't show any trees. This is a very hot area, the south side of Bloor. I know I'm there twice a day, and it's not acceptable that there is no plan for tree replacement by the company, because there's two of them now, and that this is not being ordered by the city. And I will not accept any discussion about there's no setback, that we don't have enough room because we've got wires and what have you that has to be put in. There were trees there before on the sidewalk, and they have to be returned to offer shade to the thousands of people who will be living there. I'd also like to talk about signage. There was a Committee of Adjustment meeting apparently in February. The sign was twice as large as the signs that went up for this meeting. The signs that went up for this meeting went up less than 2 weeks ago. I have the letter from the person who put it up. They went up either the 26th, but no later than the 28th of July. Why are the signs half the size? Why are they going up with fewer than 2 weeks before the hearing? Why are they going up in the middle of the summer when people are away? And the location, why aren't they right at the corners of Bloor and Dufferin where people wait for the light to change and walk? They have time to read these signs, but that's not where the signs are placed. The signs are placed many meters away from the intersection, and that is a disservice to the public. If you want the public to really be notified, both the developers and the city, then place the signs in the appropriate size in the appropriate location. I'm willing to answer questions. I know a lot about what is going on in the neighborhood, and I thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Phil?
I just missed at the outset of the presentation what your role was. You said with an organization that had worked.
No.
No?
I'm a resident.
Okay.
And then they asked for people to be involved in the park development.
Yes, okay. And so you were involved in a committee or?
I was involved in a committee on the park development.
Okay.
But my comments are about this development.
No, I understand. I was just wondering for the content.
And they don't discount my analysis.
Yeah, and your address?
437 St. Clarence Avenue.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any further questions? Thank you, ma'am. We'll ask the agents to address the questions you've raised.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just checking to make sure that there's no one else here in person that wants to speak to these items. See none? Okay.
Anyone online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't have anyone online.
All right, gentlemen, are you doing this as a tag team, or how are you planning to respond here today?
I'll respond for blocks A and B with respect to the concerns about shadow impact, pet amenities, et cetera, and then David can refer to blocks C, D, and E.
All right.
If that's okay.
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So with respect to shadow impacts, as I heard from the speaker, there was a concern on the extent of the shadow study not showing their property specifically. The shadow study shows the extent of the shadow, not the extent of the surrounding area. So where the shadow extends is the extent of the shadow study area. So if her property was not identified, then there is no shadow impact.
She's on Gladstone. She wonders whether there's going to be any shadowing impact. You're saying no, there will be no shadowing impact.
So on block A, which is 12 stories, there's no shadow impact. On block B, there's an incremental shadow impact at 518 on September 18th. And the rest of the year, there is no shadow impact beyond the shadow period.
Okay.
Yeah. And then just as I also heard about parking, as this panel's probably aware, the parking rates that were approved in the site-specific zoning bylaw are slightly being varied in the request. Those parking rates are supportable for this type of development that will have a direct connection to a subway station. Then finally, with respect to pet amenities, each of the buildings will have their own pet amenities on their amenity levels. I can show you plans of where those pet amenities are located. We had a considerable amount of discussions with city staff that the park would be programmed as a public park and that pet amenities in accordance with pet-friendly guidelines would be available in each of the buildings to those residents. So.
Okay, so just to be clear, your transportation study, it was originally done in 2017, and your consultant has updated that study. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So the original transportation impact study was done with the applications in 2017. It went through a series of revisions until the approval of the zoning bylaw in 2021. So a number of iterations of traffic counts, et cetera, came as way of amendments to those studies. The other thing that I will mention is with the approved rates, we also know that in MTSAs such as this site, the province has said that there should be no more minimum parking standards. While this bylaw was approved before those amendments to the Planning Act, we continue to be supportive, as is our transportation consultant, of the rates for both residents and visitors.
Okay. Thank you. Phil?
Yeah. The pet amenity that's in each building, what are the amenities?
So I'll speak specifically to Building A and Building B1 and 2, which are the two towers that have a shared podium. On Building A, at the amenity level, we're looking at providing a pet relief area and a dog run area on the amenity level. On Building B, which has a shared amenity level at the top of the podium, there is a pet relief area as well as a dog play area that we're currently in the site plan process designing with city staff.
Okay, yeah, because the concern, I think, was mainly towards pet relief, and so that is incorporated. And how large are those pet relief areas?
I'm going to say it's close to, where's that stat? About 100 square meters for Block B.
Oh,
so that's for the.
I've just seen some that are lip service.
No. I can show you on a plan if that would be helpful. It's a fairly substantial chunk of the amenity floor.
Actually, I think if it,
Through you,
hang
Mr.
on,
Chair.
we can't really accept that. So we'll take you at your word that it's 100 square meters. And I think, Phil, does that satisfy your question?
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
Okay. Dylan?
Yeah, and actually maybe you can show the deputant
Absolutely.
in person, discuss with her, because I think she's very concerned about that. So the deputant had a couple of interesting questions. So first of all, Block A, she made the point that you're actually increasing the number of units quite substantially. So I was wondering if you could just explain why, you're increasing the actual by one story, but how is it that creates that many more new units?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So 73 units to be exact, all applied to Building A. So the additional floor and then the 11th floor below it, which had mechanical equipment integrated into that floor, has now been moved to the rooftop. So the remainder of the 11th floor is now filled out with additional units. So those two floors accommodate the majority of those 73 units. Also, secondly, the second floor, which was second level commercial activity, has been removed. The commercial activity at grade remains along Bloor Street, but the second floor has non-residential space has been replaced with residential units. So second floor, the back side of the 11th floor, and the additional story, the 12th floor, accommodate those 73 units.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. She also was concerned about the trees on the street. I know that obviously both companies are dealing with that, but maybe you could address the section of BLOOR that your development is going to address, and what's going to be happening with street trees there.
It'd be my pleasure. So one of the complications that the chair mentioned in the number of site plan applications is the first file number is actually a master site plan for the entirety of the subject site. And the reason why we have that master site plan application is so that we can deal with issues like street tree planting, et cetera, bicycle parking, those things that are not divided amongst the two owners or the blocks. So for example, street tree planting along Bloor and Dufferin is all Croatia Street and the new Street A, which Collegiate Road we're calling it, are all part of that master site plan application.
And can you just very briefly say what the plan is in that master site plan application?
Yeah, so to have a regular alley of street trees on the public frontages, as well as, I should mention, we did considerable effort to retain existing trees at the southwest corner of the site where the new proposed park is being located. So the majority of the trees that are existing today that were identified as healthy were all protected in the grading and construction of the subject
Just to
site.
confirm, the plan on the existing site plan is that street trees along Bloor and Dufferin will be put in place?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Can we go back to the question regarding the pet relief areas? And this is a question to the agent. Does the city have the plan that we can we just perhaps present it on the screen and then you can just refer to it?
Sure.
Just so everyone understands that area? And if you could just tell us what that plan number is, then we can present that on the screen.
What page number is that?
Yeah.
So block A.
This is block A.
And while you're trying to find that, I'm also going to request that either you or David speak to the signage comment.
How's it going? Do you need more time?
I'm just trying to find where in the package for Block B I can show you the amenity area. Can I share it on the
No,
overhead?
no, we'll have to you'll have to send it to us. If we already have it, then you can just tell us where it is. In the meantime, maybe David can speak to the concerns that were raised while you're finding that.
Why don't you go ahead, sir?
Through you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the questions about the shadow study, I'll just again reiterate that it's the incremental difference of the 2.5 meters, and as it relates to the property in question from the deputant, it's again important to kind of note that the existing shadowing that's created from the already approved building is, the impact that is existing and is approved, and that the incremental difference is being added to the top of the building, which is beyond the extent of her property. So there is no incremental impact to her property beyond whatever is already being impacted by what's approved there.
Okay.
As it relates to the traffic, comments about traffic, it's important as it relates to our application to note that we're not seeking a variance for an increase in the number of units as it relates to our buildings on our blocks. And that's the result of the increase in the GFA that we are seeking as it relates to our blocks are resulting in larger units. And so we're not adding any more additional units to it, and therefore, de facto, we're not adding any more additional traffic impact as it relates to that. With respect to the pet amenities, we are providing dog washing station, pet relief areas, and dog runs within our buildings. On buildings C and D, they're located on the rooftops of the podiums. And then for building E, it is located at grade. This was at the insistence of city planning through the site plan process. The plans that were submitted to you today as part of this application are simplified drawings that don't have the site plan level details, but we do have the information and are happy to share it with the concerned resident to kind of confirm the sizes of those. As relates to street trees, again, as my colleague has stated, as part of the site plan process, street trees are being secured through a tree planting plan that's submitted to the city and must be satisfied to their satisfaction in terms of not only those that are in good health that be maintained during the construction process, but any replacement of any trees that have been cut down will be a further replacement of those trees, and again secured through the site plan process. Lastly, with respect to the comment about signage, I think one discerning difference between the size of the sign that I think had been mentioned earlier was in relation to the official plan amendment application, and the notice sign requirements as it relates to an official plan amendment have different standards in terms of their size in comparison to a minor variance application. So the minor variance application has a smaller size sign requirement, so to speak, and so that is the discerning difference between the two application types and the two notice signs, respectively. In terms of their locations, both signages were located, or all the signages were located mid-block, which is a typical practice when you're resulting in applications that have street frontage. So it was installed as such and satisfied to city planning's approval in terms of their location, and again placed on site as per the requirements under the Planning Act.
Okay. Thank you. Panel, any questions? Phil?
So you mentioned that the additional GFA for the 3 blocks that you represent is not resulting in additional units, but larger units. Is it larger in terms of number of bedrooms or just square footage?
Both. I mean, there's a size. Yeah. Well, we're still maintaining the minimum requirements in terms of 2s and 3s, but yes, as a result, there's there's a focus here with respect to larger units as well as larger unit types in terms of the tenants that are marketed towards.
Do you know how many additional 2s and 3s there are?
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, just because there's multiple buildings and it's something that we can look into. But again, we're not seeking a variance for additional units beyond what is already permitted within the buildings.
Okay. Dylan?
Yeah, so in terms of traffic, I think sorry, in terms of traffic, I think the deputy was also concerned about the schools. We know that there can be, and the daycare, we know there can be a lot of dropping off. I was just wondering if there's any provision for drop off for students and children going to the new additional nursery and the additional private school.
Yes, so as part of the plan, not only is there the new public road that is more located on the western portion, but there is also the private road that was mentioned earlier in the presentation. As part of the design of of our block, there are pickup and drop-off areas internal to the blocks that allow for circulation within and allows for pickup and drop-off also within.
And that will be usable by people picking up and dropping off for the schools?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
It's going to be busy in the mornings. Sir, were you successful?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. This is a plan of the roof of the podium or the amenity level of Building B. So you'll see the Building B1 tower on the left side of your screen and the B2 tower that we were talking about the additional story on. In the corner there, highlighted in red, is the pet amenity area, which will include a pet relief area. That's described at just under 400 square feet, so somewhere in the range of 100 square meters, as I mentioned. That plan is currently in the final stages of site plan approval. We've also responding to a comment on Building A to provide a similar pet relief area on level 2, which is the amenity level of that building. But that's not shown on the plans that are before the committee. That's something that we're responding to as part of the site plan application process.
And your buildings have an at-grade pet relief area? You said you had an at-grade. The city staff wanted you to have one.
For one of the buildings, yes.
In one of the buildings at grade.
Correct.
Okay. All right, panel.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, we will add this plan to the file.
Did we not have
For
it?
public record? No, this was not a plan that was submitted as part of the package because it is part of their site plan control package. So we will add it as part of this file for public record. It'll be noted in the minutes as well. Okay.
Great, thank you. All right, panel, any further questions? There's no further speakers. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let's take this into committee. Who wants to start us off? Bill?
I think this development has been seriously thought about from many aspects, many angles over time as it's developed through the various processes, and I think that it's still being thoughtful with these amendments. I think we're not here to rubber stamp things just because they have a councillor letter, but I do take that to mean that there's been a lot of consultation with the community on these changes as well. And there were answers to all of the concerns that were raised in my view. So I think it's supportable. I think this location can support the pretty incremental additional density. So I find it supportable.
Dylan?
Yeah, I would agree. I think most of these are really fairly technical. I totally sympathize with the exasperation of the community of having this constant revision, but it does seem to me that a lot of these revisions are genuinely based on technical issues or minor revisions and stuff like that are normal in the development process. I think the actual increases are genuinely minor. the one story in both situations. Some of those are actually to improve amenity space, which I think is really important and valuable and well worth supporting. I think the increase in the number of units in a location like this is actually a good thing. Really increasing the number of units with really just one small increase in height in one building is actually a really good thing in a location like this. So I think overall this is very supportable and has been well thought out. And I take into account as well the support of the councillor and of and for example, the reduction in the size of the community center, it does seem to be a technical issue that staff have approved and the councillors approved. And I know this councillor is someone who's very keen on community stuff. So I feel like that confirms that it was really a
Tried and I think reasonably well answered some of the questions of folks that were raising some concerns. This is a complicated project, and it's not surprising that we're going to see some tweaks as we go through. I would agree with my colleagues that the tweaks that we're seeing here incrementally really don't change the impact on the surrounding area. So they are largely technical in nature. And in this instance, topping up a tower by one story, I don't think is egregious. So I think it's supportable as well. So I'll look to someone for a motion. Phil?
Yeah, I'll move, and I'll just make another comment is, these sorts of tweaks as we're talking about, especially where we've got like a site-specific bylaw, it's hard to get everything perfect early in the stages of these. And so I think that's why, if you think of the number of variances, these are all technical things that if it was a more general zoning bylaw, maybe it wouldn't need amendments, but because it was so specific, I think that's why we see so many. But so for the reasons that we've all spoken about,
we have to split them too, Phil.
Okay,
You can do them, I think, separately. We'll do 2 first and then 3.
Sure. So I move, and I don't believe there are any conditions being requested. So
there's a condition, a TTC condition for number 3.
okay. So for item number 2, I move to approve it.
Okay. Second, move to approve by Mr. Ghosh, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Okay, that application is approved. Phil, do you want to continue on with number 3?
Sure. I move to approve number 3, subject to the TTC condition.
Okay, moved by Mr. Ghosh, seconded by Mr. Gogan. All in favor? Those 2 applications are approved. Thank you all for coming in today. Okay, we move on to item number 4. This is 86 Argyle Street. This is an application to construct a new 2-story detached ancillary building containing 1 laneway suite to the rear of the existing 3-story detached dwelling, triplex, which is currently under construction, abutting the laneway. There will be a total of 4 residential units on this lot. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. A revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received July 15th. Revised zoning notice, July 15th. 3 photographs of the subject property. Email correspondence from community planning. We have a staff report from community planning. We have correspondence in interest from 51B Foxley.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. No registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Thank you.
Good morning. Through you, Mr. Chair, this is Salvatore Crimi, address 2572 Eglinton Avenue West, here to represent the proposal at 86 Argyle Street.
Great. So, sir, you have you've revised some of your variances?
Correct. Through you, Mr. Chair. And before I begin just providing an overview, there also was a support petition submitted late. We were trying to reach both neighbors. They were on vacation, so that was the reason for the late submission. But if you do have access to AIC, you will see that both adjacent neighbors have signed a support petition for it. And yes, we did make revisions to the proposal as a result of lengthy communications with community planning. The original proposal actually proposed a suite on each floor. and that was to help the owner appease the requirements of CMHC financing to create 5 units on the lot. Community planning was very against that, respectively, so we did reduce it so there's only 1 unit on both floors. And to confirm, the existing garage will remain. It's not being demolished. We're going to be building on top of the existing foundation and first floor walls. And the change that community planning wanted to see in addition to the reduction of units to 1 was the rear yard soft landscaping variance. We originally submitted with that at 32% provided. We revised that to 50% proposed, which equates to 23 and change square meters, down approximately 10 square meters from the required area. Other than that, community planning was supportive, as you can see within their correspondence in their letter. It also matches the overall built form to adjacent examples along that laneway. And to note, the opposition or letter of concern that was submitted, I think respectfully, there may have been a misinterpretation of the plan because it references that the proposal is going to be building out further into the laneway, which is not the case. With these examples, as the committee has seen, there is a soft yard landscaping requirements as well abutting the lane, and the proposal just shows the installation of permeable pavers within that space. But the existing wall of the garage, which abuts the lane, will not move from its current location as outlined on the plans.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll just go to questions. Panel, does anyone have any questions?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Does this mean that variance number 1 is being amended to read, in this case, 50% of the area?
Yes.
Okay.
And they gave the square meters. He gave the square meters. Did you get that?
Yes, it's 15.58 square meters.
I can be precise. I gave it a rough number if we're going to reference that in the decision. Give me 1 minute.
So the zoning review does state 50% at 15.58 square meters.
So that is the correct number.
Yeah.
My apologies. I said 20, yeah, and that was the required. I thought it was higher. So yeah, we're approximately 10 down from required at 15.58. My apologies.
Okay. All right. Bill.
And you're aware that planning staff also would like to tie our approval to plans, and you're in agreement with that?
Yeah, that's fully supportable.
Thanks.
Sorry, and through you, Mr. Chair, just for public record, I'm going to ask city staff to present the very late support letter, just so the members can see it. You didn't have enough time to review this, but there is, and it's on the screen now, from both 84 and 88 Argyle.
Okay, and these are the 2 adjacent neighbors. All right, let's take this into committee. Anyone have any comments? Seems a fairly straightforward application. Dylan?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, at first I thought it's really quite close to the main building for a 2-story, but it's actually been designed to be quite low for a 2-story as well. So I think that really compensates for that. And given the support of the neighbors and the end of planning, I think that it's entirely supportable.
Do you want to make a motion? Sure.
I'll make a motion to approve of these variances as revised and with the planning condition.
Okay. Motion to approve by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Gogan. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to item number 5. 120 to 128 Peter Street and 357 to 359 Richmond Street West. This is an application to alter the development standards for a 40-story, excuse me, mixed-use building approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 1165-2022 OLT by increasing the residential gross floor area, reducing amenities, outdoor amenity space, and removing residential parking spaces. Excuse me. The committee has before it the copy of the plan survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, arborist report, an engineering letter received May 1st, 2024, planning rationale from the agent, transportation study received July 15th, presentation materials from the agent, and the site-specific zoning bylaw 1165-2022 OLT affecting the subject property. We have email correspondence from Transportation Services and Community Planning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. No registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning, sir.
Benjamin Larson, can you hear us?
There, sorry, my apologies, it wouldn't let me unmute. It's Benjamin Larson, partner at Elevate Planning Project Management, address 15 Gervais Drive, Suite 503, Toronto.
Great, thank you very much. I think we'll need a short presentation from you, please.
If I could have slide 2 put on the screen, I'd appreciate that for my presentation. And I'll just quickly talk about process. It has the figure 2, please, the one before. It has been a logical and orderly process. This will show a visual chronology. At the top left of the screen, you can see the site plan was submitted in 2021. The site-specific bylaw was approved in 2022. And then at the bottom of the screen in orange, this illustrates the C of A process we've gone through. It begun in the fall last year, where we met with city staff, planning, transportation, heritage, to talk about these very limited and minor project refinements. We then submitted to the C of A in May, and then we're at the C of A hearing now, obviously in August. And at the top right, it's the anticipation that we'll get a NOAC on the site plan in the next month or two. Slide 3, please. I was touched upon communications. There's 2 communications on the file. One is from city planning. They agree that the variances meet the 4 tests. They add 1 technical condition, which I'm okay with. There's also a city transportation memo on the file indicating no objection with the minor variances. Figure 4, please. So before the panel are 3 variances. The first is minor, and the second and third are quite technical. I'll start with the first variance, which is a GFA-related variance. It's quite limited and represents about a 5% increase in GFA. Next slide, please. Regarding the second variance, it's highly technical. It relates to amenity space. There's a slight technical deficiency in outdoor amenity space shown by the blue color, but the owner has overcompensated for indoor space, which allows for the combined, which is shown in pink, to be 4 square meters and complying with the zoning requirements. So again, this is quite technical. Next slide, please. Regarding the third variance, another technical variance, which relates to residential parking. The requirement is 17% residential parking spaces, whereas none are proposed. This is technical because it's just a matter of aligning the parking with the contemporary rates of 569 2013. This site is right in the downtown. It's close to transit. It's very walkable, bikeable, and it's a good candidate to allow for no residential parking. It's important to note that the zoning amendment for this site does not require any visitor parking, and we're not here today to seek a variance related to visitor parking. If I could have the next slide, please. By removing the parking and on-site driveway, it actually provides a great opportunity on the site from a site design perspective. On the screen here, it compares the previous ground floor on the left with the revised ground floor on the right. You can see on the left, there was previously an on-site driveway access from Richmond, shown by the orange arrow, which provided access to 2-car elevators and a loading space. And then on the right, you can see the driveway is now removed, with the residential parking being removed from the site. And now outlined in green, you can see that area with the former driveway has now been activated with commercial and residential uses. And it's important to note at the bottom of the screen in the orange that the loading space, it is still being maintained, and it's being accessed from the neighboring mixed-use condominium to the south. So it represents consolidation of site access, improved public realm, and limiting curb cuts along the street. Next slide, please. This will give a bit of focus on the Richmond frontage. You can see in green, we've annotated where that driveway access has been deleted, and now it's been replaced with glazing associated with the retail component at the base of this mixed-use building. And to the right of that, you can see those low-rise residential townhouse-style buildings. That is the heritage component, which is being preserved on this site. In my opinion, deleting the driveway and replacing it with glazing is more sensitive relationship for the on-site heritage preservation. And again, this has been consulted with heritage staff at the city, and they're in support, as this is a public or a positive public realm change on this site. Next, slide 12, please. At the very end, just to conclude and wrap it up, it's my opinion that it meets the 4 tests. The GFA variance is minor, the amenity space variance is technical, and the parking variance is also technical, given the current requirements for residential parking citywide. And it's also desirable because it allows for that great public realm change I was mentioning before about the Richmond frontage being completely activated with pedestrian-related functions. And also it's appropriate given this transit supportive context that the site finds itself in. But I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have on the file.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Nope, no questions. We don't have any questions, sir. I actually think that the shifting around of the access to the loading ramp makes a great deal of sense, given that Richmond is a very busy street and it's very animated. So I think that's a commendable change. All right, let's go into committee. Dylan?
Yeah, I think this is, it's for us to see it an obvious actual improvement, and this is really well thought out and definitely an improvement. So I think this is not only supportable, but really very supportable. And I notice that transportation is completely okay with it too. Getting rid of a driveway is always a good thing. Sharing it with the neighbors is a great use of space. It's definitely an improvement on this on the front, and I really appreciate that the developer made the effort to find more indoor amenity space to compensate, as opposed to just asking for us to, dismiss that. I think that's really commendable. So this is a very commendable application. I'm very much supportive.
Do you want to move a motion?
I'm glad to make a motion.
Sorry, I do want to be a bit of a Debbie Downer and make a comment, which is there is a 5% increase in GFA. There's a 10-unit increase, and this is a building that has only 3 elevators and 386 units, which is actually a very poor ratio. I don't think that 10 additional units, that's a reason to rain on their parade. I agree every other aspect of the variance is positive, but I do think that there needs to be some thought to the livability of these condos, and it does go to that 4th part of the 4-part test of, is it desirable for the development? Because we have to think of the future residents as well. So I just wanted to make that comment. That being said, I agree with you. The changes to Richmond Street, very much commendable.
Well, what's an acceptable range for elevators to unit ratio?
What I've heard is 100 units to an elevator is sort of the maximum that you want to have on most tower buildings. It's a little different if it's maybe a mid-rise and there are more people that access their units through staircases.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. All right, I think, Dylan, if you wanted to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to support, to approve these variances with the planning condition.
Okay, moved by Mr. Reed. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Gogan? All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. Item number 6. 21 Hopedale Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 1-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete 2nd-story addition. There will be 2 residential dwelling units, making it a duplex on this lot. Also to construct a 1-story shed in the rear yard. The committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received on August 1st. Revised zoning notice received July 12th. 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, a cover letter from the agent. We have comments from Metrolinx and Community Planning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Hi, good morning. My name is Victoria Young. My address is Unit 3665, Millway Avenue 1. And I'm the agent of the owner of 21 Hopedale Avenue. I'm here to address any questions from the panel and the neighbors. Today, we will be using.
Okay, before you start, are you making any changes to the variances?
No.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yes.
you are?
Yeah.
Okay, can you just, before you start, can you just tell us what variances are changing, please?
Yes, we changed the second variance as the backyard landscaping area from 24.88% to 35%.
So 35, you're changing it to, from 22% to 35%. Do you have the square meterage?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. That is the final percentage, the final square is 21.03 square meter.
21.03, thank you. And the variance number 1 stays the same?
Yes, that's the same.
Okay, just hang on a sec. Panel, do you have questions?
Yeah, in your commentary, you mentioned that this is not, in fact, going to be a duplex. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I want to see at the beginning of this presentation is please refer to the CA cover letter we submitted on the 16th July. The zoning notice incorrect the classification for the property as a duplex. Actually, this is the single family dwelling.
So can we make another revision to strike out?
Yeah,
There will
in
be
the
2 residential units in the purpose?
No.
So, sorry, what I'm asking you, you're confirming it's going to be a single family home, right?
Yes.
So in the purpose, what we want to do is we want to remove the reference to the duplex. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we will strike out the part of the purpose where it says there will be 2 residential dwelling units, brackets duplex, on this lot. We will remove that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, just to elaborate on that though, is it not correct that there's a basement unit? Like, is your, I took it as you were taking issue to it being called a duplex, but it still looks in the plans to be a basement unit plus the single family home above that. Is that correct?
No, it's not the basement unit, actual unit. That's the whole one single family dwelling.
Okay.
The revised plans just show basement, no kitchen or anything.
No kitchen. That's correct.
Okay. Panel, do you need a presentation on this one or any further questions? No, ma'am, I'm sorry. We panel has read all your material. We're familiar with your application. We don't really need a full presentation. Before we take it into committee for a decision, is there anything you'd like to share?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right, we're in committee.
I mean, to me, the plans, even the revised plans, do still read as there being a basement unit, because even though it doesn't say kitchen, it does have built-ins with a sink. It's got a separate door to the laundry area than the main area that has a full bathroom. But it's neither here nor there. I think it's supportable either way. So I just think it's more, it's a distinction without a difference, or maybe fear to have it labeled a duplex, which doesn't actually change the variances. The variances themselves are quite minor, or limited in scope rather. There is a planning condition though, if I have it. No?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
It's tying it to site plan.
Yeah, so I would move to approve it subject to that condition.
Okay. Motion to approve by Mr. Ghosh, seconded by Mr. Reed.
As amended?
As amended.
And with the planning condition, yeah.
Okay. All approved. You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Ma'am, pardon me. Move on to item number 7, 90 Parma Court. Purpose of this application is to construct 2 ancillary structures, 2 solar carports in the existing rear parking lot. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property. Received May the 8th. Do we have the agent?
Mr. Chair, we do have the owner here in person, no registered speakers for this item.
Good morning, sir. May I have your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Andrew Knapp. I live at 607 Castlefield in Toronto. I'm the owner of a company called Moose Power. We are the contractor on this project.
Okay. It seems fairly straightforward, sir. It's just building a carport out in the existing parking lot, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you're seeking variance of simply for height.
Correct.
Panel, any questions? It's an open carport, right?
Yeah, it's actually a tilted carport. So the reason for the variance is just the upper end of the panels sits slightly above the required heights.
Right, right. It seems fairly straightforward. There's going to be no real impact on folks, I don't imagine.
No, sir.
Okay. Any further questions, panel?
Just out of curiosity, if you know it, how many megawatts does this produce?
The project's about a third of a megawatt. It's about 340 kilowatts, give or take, and that will produce about 400 megawatt hours per year. So 400,000 kilowatt hours per year for Toronto Community Housing's power consumption.
Great. Anything further you'd like to add before we take it in for a decision?
No, we just had the exact same situation over in across the city here for another Toronto Community Housing project. We think it's a great initiative that they're taking these on. Parking canopy structures are fantastic for solar. They're great for the grid. They don't really, and they're good for the cars parking beneath them. I think the 4-meter rule is just a little bit antiquated and not relevant to these situations. So hopefully going forward, we're not going to have to come back every time we're doing one of these.
Okay. All right, panel, let's take this into committee. I think it's fairly straightforward. Dylan?
Another case where it's not only supportable but extremely commendable. This is a super project. It's not going to impact anyone. It's the middle of a parking lot. It's going to produce sustainable energy. It's going to also shade the cars. This is great, and I hope that indeed we're able to find a way to make this something that doesn't even need a committee of adjustment application, so that we can implement this widely and encourage it. So yes, I really support this, and I move that we approve the amendment.
Thank you.
Motion?
It's a motion.
Okay, motion to approve by Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Gogan. All in favor? You've got your approval, sir.
Thank you.
And we do hope you don't have to come back, but although if you do come back, we welcome you.
Excellent. Thanks a lot.
All right, let's move to item number 8. Does anyone need a break? Are you okay for now?
Maybe it's a good time for a break.
Sure. Do you want 5? Yeah. We'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back very shortly. Live? Okay, thanks. All right, we continue on with item number 8, 73 KIRKNEWTON Road. This is an application to alter an existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a front ground floor addition, which is a porch enclosure with new stairs. The existing front porch will be demolished. The committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, and an advisory staff report from Metrolinx.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. No registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning.
Morning.
If we could have your
Morning,
name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Mary Ellen Lynch. I'm with Lynch and Comiso Architects, and I am the agent for the owner at 73 KIRKNEWTON.
Great.
I would just like to make one clarification. You indicated that the front porch would be demolished. It's actually just the front porch stairs that are being demolished. The porch itself will remain essentially in the same context and size and massing that it is right now, with the same roof shape and everything. We're just closing it in to be a heated space.
Great, thanks for that clarification.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have it as the existing front porch stairs will be demolished.
I think I misread it.
Okay.
Thanks for pointing that out.
No problem.
Panel, this is a very straightforward porch enclosure. I don't think we need a presentation. Ms. Lynch, do you have anything you need to share with us before we take it into committee?
No, I completely agree with you. It's just technical variances of the existing structure.
That's great. Thanks very much. Okay, we're in committee. Anyone want to take this one on? Paul?
I agree that this is, again, a simple application. It looks actually quite a nice alteration in the context of the neighborhood, minor in nature, and there are no conditions, so I recommend we approve.
Okay, motion to approve by Mr. Gogan, seconded by Mr. Ghosh. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we move on to item number 9, 211 GEARY Avenue. This is an application to convert the existing 2-story commercial building from an eating establishment into a wellness center with a cafe on the ground floor and the second floor. Also, to the existing front yard patio will be reconstructed and enlarged. The committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 3 photographs of the subject property. Do we have the agent?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, we do have the agent online. No registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning, Edward Lee here on behalf of the owner of 211 GEARY Avenue. My address is 6 Argyle Street, Toronto.
Thank you, sir. Hang on a second, panel. Just a straight conversion. Does anyone have any questions?
I just have one question.
Okay. We have one question.
Sorry, is the existing use, is it a brewery, like a home brew, like a self brewery kind of thing? What is the existing use?
Yes, so the existing use of the building on record is still an eating establishment. After the pandemic, there was a change in tenant, and the tenant that rode through the pandemic operated as a bottle shop, brewery. I'm not sure what brewery facilities are actually there. So when we submitted our application, the zoning examiner looked back and asked for this exact clarification. But the brewery retail store never actually obtained any building permits to change it from the previous Portuguese eating establishment that was grandfathered in. There's actually an open building permit for the original eating establishment, which we were at first trying to use towards not having a minor variance for restaurant approval. But because the brewery use was, I guess, from photographs, the zoning examiner thought it best to ask for permission to be an eating establishment as well as the proposed wellness center use. So that's the history of this location. It has been an eating establishment for many decades prior to this bottle shop in our proposal.
Right. Okay, thanks. That's actually very helpful. So we're basically just regularizing and confirming something that has been the case really for most of the existence of the space.
Yes, correct. Just to make it into a hybrid use of eating establishment with wellness center.
Got it. Thank you very much.
And no parking variances? You're comfortable with your parking arrangement on GEARY?
I actually raised this to the zoning examiner, asking if there were any minor variances that would apply to our rebuilding of this patio. And the existing patio, it was, I guess, grandfathered in, so pretty much the use is what we're seeking. The examiner did not say that any additional minor variances would be needed. I'm assuming that perhaps there was never any parking on record, so changing the shape of the patio did not trigger any parking variances. I've done this type of application for the exact same building further west, and it was for a first-time patio application, and there was a parking minor variance for that file, but for some reason the zoning examiner, who's I've worked with in the past and very familiar with these GEARY properties, confirmed that we wouldn't need one.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, panel? All right, let's take this into committee.
Yeah, I'd just say that this area is, getting quite known for exactly this, interesting uses in old industrial spaces. So
it's fabulous.
Yeah, it's great. So I think it's quite supportable. It's in keeping with it, and happy to keep it moving in that direction.
Okay, is that a motion to approve?
Sure.
Great. Motion to approve by Mr. Ghosh, seconded by Mr. Reid. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Okay, item number 10, 48 Beaconsfield Avenue. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front covered porch, a front second-story terrace, a rear ground floor deck, and a rear cantilevered second story with a rear third-story rooftop terrace above. Also to construct a 2-story ancillary building containing a 2-car garage and 1 laneway suite above abutting the laneway. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan received July 26, 2 photographs of the subject property, email correspondence from the agent, presentation materials from the agent, and a rental housing demolition and conversion declaration. We have staff reports from Metrolinx, correspondence and interest from 44 Beaconsfield. We have correspondence in opposition from 61 Northcote, 50 Beaconsfield, 59 Northcote, and 55 Beaconsfield.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 1 registered speaker in opposition online. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
If you could give us your name and address, please.
My name's Andrew Hill, 360 Dufferin Street, Toronto.
Okay. We'll need a presentation on your application, sir.
Sure. If staff could pull up the presentation.
Any luck? Could pull up his presentation?
Thank you. You can go to page 4 immediately. You can just be swift. Yeah, thank you. So I'm just going to go over, information that relates largely to the 5 variances and they're minor in nature. The first 2 variances relate to the front sort of porch terrace, both at level 1 and level 2. As shown in this diagram, both of these items were sort of inspired by the existing context. They, in position, relate to an existing south yard setback and extent into the front yard setback. As for the front porch, and the client found this location desirable for that. This is a a condition that exists throughout this streetscape. And to the north, we are basically matching what that house has as well. For the L2 portion, which again is an existing condition on the house that will be rebuilt, we're actually reducing its size, kind of faceting it back towards the south. So there's a sort of net reduced impact on massing in that regard for that variance. Some of the setback aspects, that sort of relate to variance 3, which is building depth, tie into these ones. So we were sort of inspired by 2 aspects of the existing site in terms of where we positioned the front of the house. The existing location, there's potential that we're going to underpin those existing foundations to, save on some site impacts and construction costs, and also to relate to the both north and south neighboring buildings in terms of maintaining that facade. There's sort of a technicality in terms of where the averaging derived the front yard setback to be because of the bay window. But largely both of north and south existing buildings align with this existing condition, which we would like to maintain. So whilst our building depth looks like 17.39, we're actually building a 17-meter building, which is as per zoning. So that's what's producing the 0.39 meter extension at the back. We think this is very minor in nature, supported by some surrounding precedents that, have been passed in recent time at 126 Argyle at 20 meters, 189 Argyle, 18.5, 191 Lisgar at 18.6, to just name a few. And then I'll move to speaking to variance 4, which is the side yard setback. For the existing house that you can see outlined in the solid red line on this diagram, we are maintaining that side yard setback and maintaining that wall. Will be underpinning it, so it's sort of a renovation of that existing condition, so no change to that. The extension beyond that in green, we collaborated with the neighbors at 44 Beaconsfield to increase the setback there from the existing condition to an agreed upon 0.23 meters. As per, I think the agreements are sort of stipulated in the letter provided by 44 Beaconsfield, which was sort of drafted in collaboration with the owner of this site. And again, sort of building side yard setback variances at 140 Northcote with 0 meters, 41 Northcote at 0.18, 189 Argyle at 0 meters, sort of support this as a sort of build form that we're seeing across this area. Now I'll move to the soft yard landscaping. There's a diagram on a couple pages down, I believe, showing some soft yard landscape. Here, yeah, this is good. So this is with a laneway house, so it's triggering the 85% requirement, which, on previous projects, it's a very challenging number to meet. We are asking for 67%. We made a conscious effort to be above the 50% that is required when it's just a garage. And sort of to illustrate an improved condition, the north drawing is showing the existing, which is only has 6.7% soft landscaping. We're going for 67, so a 10 times improvement on that. And then again, nearby examples at 180 Dovercourt with 51% approved, 202 Dovercourt, 57, 33 Beaconsfield at 43.4, and just item number 4 on the schedule today, 86 Argyle approved at 50%. One other item that doesn't relate to, just to finish, that doesn't relate to a variance, but we did obviously observe in a number of the letters submitted was surrounding neighbors not being super keen on bike parking as per required by the laneway zoning. We are, in conversations with our client, and we are happy to obtain this, obviously in accordance with the zoning, but our client is also very happy to remove that bike parking to appease all of the surrounding neighbors if that is, sort of seen as a positive by the committee in terms of neighborly collaboration. It's just would be my first time sort of asking for a full new variance as part of a committee.
Sorry, you're suggesting removing or relocating the parking?
Kind of removing, but
I think you've got a challenge there, sir, because that I think might require additional variance.
Yeah.
And that would mean we'd have to stand this down and defer it. You'd have to come back again.
Yeah, I think for now we'd like to, it's not a variance. We understand the concerns, and we may collaborate with the neighbors, before we start construction to adjust its location. But yeah, we don't want to add a new variance at this time or defer.
Okay. I know we're going to hear from, I think, 50 Beaconsfield, but there was a fairly detailed piece of correspondence from 44. I thought I heard you say that you have worked with 44. Are those concerns addressed?
Correct, yeah. Any that related to variances have been fully addressed with setbacks, and then, they had the same concerns about the bike parking, but we wanted to.
Okay. Panel, any questions? All right. Do we have a speaker?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time we'll unmute the owner at 50 Beaconsfield Avenue. Jeffrey Plunkett.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. If you could give us your full name and address, please. Good morning, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we just lost the speaker, so I'll try and call them back.
All right. We'll just hang on tight while we try and reach Mr. Plunkett.
Mr. Plunkett, you've been unmuted.
Yes, sorry. Thanks.
Hi.
Sorry, the phone just cut out.
No worries. If you could give us your name and address, please.
It's Jeff Plunkett, 50 Beaconsfield Ave.
All right. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Well, just to reiterate what you have just been describing with the garage and the bicycle parking, two things. None of the neighbors, it's very tight in there, and to have an apparatus sort of sticking out partly into the laneway like that just impedes being able to turn to get out of your garage on both sides. There's no other apparatus. There are other laneway houses in the laneway. There's no other apparatus like that in the laneway. And so I would also just like to say that we would not like to see that there. The second thing about the garage is just I would like to see it stay the way it is on the same footings that it's already on. My garage shares footings with that garage. The owner of both properties, 48 and 50, it was the same owner. He was a concrete guy. He built that, I think, with a shared footing. And I've spoken to the neighbor as well, and they would be okay with this as well. So just wanted to make that comment. And the only other thing that I want to comment on was the depth. Because it's a second floor cantilevered out over top of the first floor, and it does come out quite a ways. I would just like to see that the house stays within the setback allowance of the 17 meters. It already comes out about 9 feet from the back of my house and about another 6 feet from the house directly to the north of me. And so, and I've also spoken to the neighbor about this, and so I don't know if there's a way that we can, that they can accommodate that, so that that second floor that comes out, and then it goes up, I think a story and a half goes up through the second floor and into a parapet wall, I believe, on the third floor. I know that 18 inches isn't a lot, but, you know, when you're looking at it from down below, from my perspective, you know, a foot makes a big difference. So those are the only comments that I wanted to make about it.
Great, thank you, sir. Panel, any questions? All right, no questions. Let's have the agent back.
Hi.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
You heard your neighbor's concerns. Do you want to respond to those?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in terms of the garage, you know, we're still in sort of preliminary construction coordination, and once the sort of builder has been confirmed, we will surely be doing investigative works to...
Sorry, sir, we're having a little difficulty. Just move a little closer to your microphone.
Sorry, is that better?
Yes, thank you.
In regards to the garage, we'll definitely, before construction and when the contractor has been confirmed, do some investigatory, you know, demolition in terms of how we can tie into existing foundations and maintain. On the west facade, we are now aligning the level 1 of the garage laneway suite with the existing location, I believe. But again, those would require variances. So, you know, at this time, we are drawing this building outside of the soft landscaping. We are drawing the laneway house as an as-of-right proposal. So that's why, you know, these nuances are coming up. Obviously, if we come to the decision that it is more advantageous to utilize those, we would, you know, be back at committee, obviously asking for a reduced rear yard setback to the laneway house. In regards to the extension, the 0.39, you know, we know that's beyond the 17-meter allowable building depth, but we feel that, you know, an approach that related the facade to the east buildings along Beaconsfield, which is a kind of carefully aligned street. The rear of these buildings, both even just north and south of this property, there's lots of different depths. You can see even on this site plan that the south building extends beyond our proposal. And, you know, we think it's very minor in nature, especially in regards to previously approved precedents in the area. And we'd like to maintain that.
Okay. Panel, any questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dylan?
Yeah, I know this isn't one of the variances, but it is one of the, it relates to one of the things that the neighbors have been concerned about. In the revised plans, it looks like there's only one entrance to the garage/laneway suite, as opposed to 2 entrances that was originally the case. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand.
It is. That's something we're working on with the client in terms of functionality and use.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, in terms of the bike parking is actually on the other side of the laneway suite. So was the idea originally that the laneway suite occupants would park their bikes and then come in through the garage doors?
Potentially.
Yeah, because I'm thinking... I was wondering if it's possible for you, I mean, if the entrance to the garage is shared in any case, I wonder if it's possible to move that bike parking into the garage, which is really a common way of addressing that issue. Is that something you'd be able to consider?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's not within our jurisdiction here, but I'm thinking that that could be the solution to addressing the neighbors' concerns. And also, honestly, I think that the bike parking on the laneway is basically asking for it to be damaged by a car at some point. So I just think that might be a better solution for everyone involved.
Yeah, we're happy to have that as
well. That's purely advisory. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Anyone else? Thank you for making the improvements to the soft landscaping. But you're still a little bit light. I noticed there's a walkway in the back. Is that going to be new, and could that be constructed out of permeable pavers?
It is new, and it could be, yes.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't actually technically add to your soft landscaping, but it does allow rainwater to make its way through. Okay, thank you. All right, let's take this into committee.
Yeah, I think there's a variety of options for that bike parking. I think it could also go, if they're willing to have it outside, it could go outside in the yard.
Yeah, I thought
on the other side, but that does seem to be one of the main concerns of multiple people, not a variance before us. And better to keep it that way. They'll have flexibility to put it where it needs to go. Otherwise, it all seems quite minor. I do understand the concern of the neighbor of, this extra 0.39 meters does make a difference to him, but I think that it is quite minor in the context of the neighbor on the other side already is even deeper. So I think it's all quite supportable, and I would put forward a motion to approve. Would you like a condition about the permeable pavers?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'll do that. So I'll move to approve it with the condition that the pathway in the rear yard connecting the rear platform to the door to the laneway suite be constructed with permeable pavers. Sorry? Oh, yes.
Could we? What's the reading on the Metro? We always get confused.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it would be the warning condition
Warning
from
clause.
Metrolinx.
Mr. Chair, would you mind if we come out of committee and just see what the applicant has to say about the Metrolinx condition?
Sure. Sure, we're out of committee. Sir, have you seen the Metrolinx report, staff report?
I've seen it, but I think I had some similar confusion about how boilerplate.
Yeah, it's more just a warning that at some point down the road, they might need some sort of relief or something.
Well, no, what they're asking is that
Very technical term.
you confirm that you'll put a warning clause in any purchase and sale agreement, like if it's ever sold to someone further on. So the first condition is not one that we impose, I understand, through the Secretary Treasurer, but the second one is a condition that we have imposed in the past. Maybe read it through and let us know if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, we have no issues with this.
Okay. All right, back in committee.
Okay, so then my motion is as I phrased it before, but also subject to that Metrolinx condition.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Ghosh to approve with that condition, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? It's approved, and I would note that this is a laneway suite that, for all intents and purposes, has a right, so it's a pretty good proposal. All right, let's move on to item number 11. 396 Manning Avenue. This is an application to construct a new one-story ancillary building, a detached garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, one photograph of the subject property, and a tree protection plan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. No registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning. My name is Pedro Pimentel from Pedro Pimentel Architects. My address is 111 Floridale Drive in Mississauga. So it's for a new garage following a garage that was built in 2017 on the neighbor, and then there's a party wall, and my client wants to follow the same footprint. So it's we're going to have one variance related with the area of the garage, a little over 10 square meters over the maximum permitted.
Okay. Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? No, I don't think we have any questions, sir. Thank you very much. We'll take this into committee. Very straightforward. It's just a square footage. Yes, Paul.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve this with no conditions. It's a very straightforward situation. It also responds to the existing site conditions of that laneway that makes, I think, it a safer and good solution. And there's no other conditions.
Great. Okay, motion to approve by Mr. Gogan, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Item number 12. 48 Lockwood Road. This is an application to convert the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling into a single-family dwelling by constructing a side 1-story addition with a new front main entrance and a porch, a 2nd-story rooftop terrace above the 1-story addition, a side ground floor entrance and stairs, a rear basement walkout staircase, and a front yard parking pad. The existing attached garage and rear basement walkout staircase will be demolished, and there will be a total of 1 residential dwelling unit on this lot. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, an arborist report, presentation materials from the agent, and a rental housing demolition and conversion declaration of use form. We have staff report from Transportation Services.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as one person here in person to speak in concern. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning, committee.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm sorry, sir. You're going to have to speak up. We can't hear you.
Yep, sorry about that. This is Joel Tanner with the Office of Simple Design Studio.
Sure. Even a little louder if you might.
Yep, no problem at all.
That's better. Thank you. Your name and address, please.
Joel Tanner, 15 Colburn Street, Hamilton, Ontario.
Okay, sir. We'll need a presentation on your application, please.
No problem at all. So we clients canvassed the neighborhood, chatted with most of the direct neighbors, and had great consultations, some fantastic feedback from most of the populace. Going through the presentation today, we're looking at 48 Lockwood Road. Next slide, please. So existing 2-story dwelling for the most part to remain visually intact on the exterior facade with some pretty substantial visual enhancements to windows, doors, siding, as well as a proposed addition as well. Next slide, please. This is the proposed revised built form. So as you can see, substantial window changes, and on that right-hand side is that new volume. And what we are proposing is right now there's a bit of a balcony on an existing garage that is getting removed, and we're essentially pushing that balcony midway up the overall envelope. Next slide, please. So existing versus proposed survey. So on that right-hand side site plan, you're seeing the lightly shaded existing structure. And on the right-hand side, you're seeing the darker hatch, which is the proposed modification / addition to the existing SFD. Next slide, please. So we're requesting due to the irregularities, our rear lot line, which is highlighted in blue, is unfortunately 31 Dixon Avenue's side yard lot line. And we're driving a variance here of 0.9 meters to the projected addition. Next slide, please. Here are some general conformities that we're contending with. So I think the most important images to review here are images number 2 and 3 on the right-hand side. There are very few window projections because that neighbor's property is so close to the property line. We don't really have a shading issue that we're managing. We don't really have much privacy concerns that we're managing, again, because we're dealing with a face-mounted heat pump, and 95% of that facade is a brick facade with no intrusions. Next slide, please. Variance number 2 pertains to the overall FSI. So the existing FSI of the building envelope is sitting at 63.8. The allowable in the zone is 60, and we are coming in with a proposal of 70. So we're looking to increase about 6.2% on this proposal. Next slide, please. Requested variance 3 is related to the projection of the stairs. So we are removing a walkout basement condition. We're looking to add in this small stair abutment in order to get up to the main floor elevation. So the stairs are very much driven off of the existing elevation of that main floor. Next slide, please. Requested variance 4 again is so now in relation to parking. So there's an existing parking stall in the existing garage, which is conforming. Because we're eliminating that garage, we are going to be non-conforming, which is driving the requirement of a parking stall in the front yard. Next slide, please. So we have had conversations with transportation services staff. A parking permit has been applied for and is in pending approval format right now. They don't seem to have concerns with the proposal as laid out by them with our discussions last week. Next slide, please. Again, this is a continuation of the parking detailing. So again, the red dashed area is showing that that removal of the driving parking stall getting shifted down to the front yard condition. Next slide, please. So again, I had fantastic consultation with the neighborhood and have some letters of support here, which we're always excited about. Next slide, please. And again, one final shot of a side profile and a rear profile elevation of this home. We are definitely looking to improve the neighborhood. We're investing well over $1 million, almost $1.5 million on this project to beautify the corner. The clients have lived here for a number of years and want to continue to live here with their growing family. And we think the proposal in front of you today is very strong in nature and is very much beneficial to the neighborhood and very much open the door to any conversations with the committee as well as the individual arriving today. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. We do have a speaker. Do you want to have a question before we go to that person?
Yeah. Are you aware of the transportation staff report recommending refusal of the front yard parking? We have this on file.
Yep, subject to getting a parking permit, and so that's why we've initiated the parking permit application already, and it's in the works of review, and they're very much supportive of that approach.
Okay, all we see is that they are recommending refusal.
Well, if you go to the end, like they
Yeah.
basically say if we do grant it, then do it on condition.
Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we'll call up the owner from 31 Dixon Avenue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could have your name and address, please.
My name is HOPEDALE, and I live at 31 Dixon Avenue in Toronto.
Okay. You have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm a direct neighbor to 48 Lockwood at the west side of the property. The proposed new one-story addition with the roof terrace will greatly affect my property since it will completely obstruct and eliminate the current views that I have from the windows at my east wall. And what was shown earlier on the slide, showing the facade of my east wall, and the architect was mentioning there is no windows there. Well, there's 7 windows on that elevation actually, and out of the 7, the 5 will have a totally obstructed view. I have actual photos, but unfortunately I didn't realize that I had to submit them previously. It will also take a lot of the natural daylight away and the sunlight coming through my windows and into my home, and the addition will create shadows. At the present, I have views of greenery, trees towards the intersection of Dixon Avenue and Lockwood Road. The proposed addition will block these views completely, and they will be replaced by solid walls. Our 2 properties are already in very close proximity to each other and separated only by a narrow shared walkway between the 2 buildings. The proposed variance to the building setback at the rear lot line on the west side from the existing 0.52 meters to 0.9 meters is a very big concern to me. The proposed rooftop terrace will be very close and directly below my bedroom window on the east side, and I'm concerned about noise and privacy. It seems that this proposed design of this addition did not take into consideration how it will affect and alter my residence and my living space. I also feel it will have a negative effect on future property value. I appreciate that all my concerns will be considered by this committee before making any decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A couple questions. Has the applicant indicated that they've had some pretty good discussions with all the neighbors? Have you had discussions with the applicant, or the owners?
Owner of 48 Lockwood contacted me a few days ago, and she came by and we had a discussion, and I raised my concerns to her, and I informed her that I will be attending this meeting today.
Okay. And secondly, you raised a concern about privacy for the terrace, proposed terrace above the one-story addition. So would people using that terrace be able to see into your windows?
See, but when I look out, they're right in front of me.
So it's your concern is you will see them rather than they will see.
Right. And obviously I see them, and they might have an issue with privacy too, because it's, when there is activity on the terrace, I will hear it, the noise. It's very close because our properties are so close as they are. But my main concern is that it will take away all the views and a lot of the daylight, and we will be looking just at solid walls.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Phil, go ahead.
Can you sort of tell us what are the rooms that face that side? So you mentioned the window on the top that's a full story above the terrace. That's your bedroom window.
That's one of the bedroom windows, yeah. And then there will be, on the ground floor, there is a window that is at the landing going up from the ground floor to the second floor, and then which is will be totally obstructed. Then there is further down on the ground floor a bedroom window, which is a bay window, and the half front part of the bay window will be obstructed. And then on the second floor, my dining room window, which is facing directly there, and the dining room window is kind of between the kitchen and the dining room. So these 5 windows will be totally affected by it, and we will be just looking into solid walls.
Okay, and your home, is it divided into multiple apartments, or?
It has an apartment on the ground floor, which my daughter used to use.
Okay.
It's empty, and I use it now, and it's a guest room and so on, you know, if I have visitors. But I do use the second kitchen regularly on the ground floor, and I feel that if the proposed addition could be moved further to the east, it would definitely improve a lot of things. So I could still have a view of nature and, you know, maintain more of the status quo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Should I go back? Or?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
You can go back. Thanks. All right. We have the agent back.
Hi there, committee. Thank you so much, Margit, for chatting. So again, I just want to reinforce on presentation page number 6 of the presentation we put together for the committee. So yeah, the one with the images here. So again, so if you can see on that image, the bay window is already tucked in behind what is the existing 2-story volume. And where the cursor currently is, that's an existing patio space that is fully accessible from the kitchen level already. That patio space is only getting moved up about 6 feet. So again, we already have an existing condition of a patio space used for entertainment. And we're basically shifting that volume upward by 6 feet in order to accommodate a full main floor, because right now that patio is actually elevated 4 risers from the main floor. So we're not adding a full story height increase here. And again, you can see that those 2 windows are tucked up quite high on that would be Margit's 3rd floor. And so again, they terrace quite high above. So there's going to be no view loss and no negative impacts on light infiltration into those 2 top units. And in our opinion, there's already shadowing that's taking place in that bay window from the existing structure that's essentially remaining intact and undisturbed. So I think what we've put together in terms of a single-story addition as opposed to a 2-story addition is very much in keeping with the style and context of the streetscape. And we really did try to minimize the overall impacts on the neighbored dwellings. And I think what we have here is a fairly strong proposal. And I think if anything is going to increase the property values due to the beautification of this corner.
No, I'm sorry, ma'am. Okay, panel, any questions? I have a couple. Sorry, ma'am. I have a couple questions. So just looking at the photo in the middle there's a staircase. So are you suggesting that the top of your addition will be roughly the top or that platform that's currently there?
That's correct. Yes, sir. Yeah.
What's the treatment that you're proposing around the terrace?
So currently we have a railing assembly. So there's no privacy screening being implemented at this time. If the committee is looking for privacy screening on that side yard lot line, we're happy to engage in that discussion and introduce that on the plans. But yeah, currently we're just looking at doing a railing assembly.
Okay. There's a lot of concern from transportation about the driveway. So there is a reverse slope garage there that will be eliminated.
That is correct.
But for all intents and purposes, was that garage used, or was your client or previous clients, were they parking on the driveway?
So existing occupants of the home are going to be they'll continue to reside in the property, and they've always parked in the front yard. And really, it's quite unsafe to park in that structure. It's quite dilapidated from a brick and a construction perspective. So it hasn't really been used for parking in many years.
Right. Okay. Dylan?
So just following up on my colleague's question. So the new structure will go to basically the bottom of what we can see is that sort of little balcony. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. So
I
that's
mean,
a fire escape
at
right
the
now
moment
from
we
the
can
second
see the
floor.
top of the bay window, but once that's done, the bay window will be completely shaded, right? Like it does make a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, the way that the sun path travels on this property, there is already a substantial amount of shading that negatively impacts that bay window. So there might be some increased shading activity, but there's already a substantial amount due to the proximity of the two-story volume to that window.
And on the other side, what does that bay window look at?
The other side is it's basically staring at building envelope, existing building envelope.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. All right. We'll take this into committee. Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Paul?
I recognize that the side yard, rear yard.
Is your, can you move, yeah, a little
Sorry, I need to
closer?
get closer. I recognize that the side yard and rear yard is a little bit in conflict here. And I think that's kind of the unique nature of this site. But I think the addition, 6 feet or whatever it is, that's higher, completely blocks, independent of shade and shadow, it basically the neighbor is looking at a blank wall in very close proximity. And I think it's a unique site, and unique site conditions require unique solutions. And I have a real problem with that.
Okay. Yeah. Dylan?
I agree with my colleague. It feels like this is premature. I would not really want to support something with a front yard parking pad unless that actually was in hand. I know transportation is generally unfavorable. It may be that this is different. And secondly, I feel like this really needs to be a detailed discussion with the neighbor. The impact on the neighbor is considerable. And the neighbor seems like she would be willing to consider some solutions. But I think that it can't just be something where you present the plans a couple days beforehand. I think this something needs to be worked out with the neighbor because of this very unusual and unique situation. So I agree with my colleague. I have concerns about this.
I'll take a contrasting view. I think we were asking the right questions to get at the impact. I think there's an impact. I think the impact is almost entirely on this bay window. The privacy for the third floor looking down at a second floor terrace, I don't think that's an impact on the existing home. And in fact, you can see that she has a terrace that's yet a floor higher that already looks into this property on street view. So the question is the impact to that ground floor bay window minor? It's a guest bedroom. It is on a side of a building, and I kind of read that almost the opposite of what Paul was reading, which is that side yards frequently do face other buildings right there. And so they're kind of, if we're looking at side yard setback variance and building a mass that just sort of implements a condition that all of the other side yards in the neighborhood have, I think we can consider it a minor impact. It is an impact, but I would see it as a minor impact.
Okay. I agree with Phil. I think this is a modest side addition. I don't think the incremental impact is dramatic. I frankly don't have any concerns about the parking because it's been probably practically used as a parking pad for years. I mean, the option, this is a really weird lot. weird corner lot with very limited potential or opportunities for expansion. You could, I guess, conceivably go up a story, which frankly I think would be even greater impact on the neighbor. So I see this as a modest addition given the unique constraints of the lot.
I do want to also mention just on the transportation report, the conditions that they would have us impose are sort of like a two-step condition. So I think it would address your concern because they're saying in the first condition is you actually have to restore the curb cut, and then separately apply for the parking pad. So if they don't get the parking pad, then the parking will be gone if we impose the condition.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is that like without the approval, the entire project doesn't really work. So I'm wondering if we can come out of committee and I can talk to the agent. I want to see if they'd be willing to defer in order to have the approval in hand and also to further consult with.
Sure. We can do that. Okay, we're out of committee. Dylan has a question.
Do we have the agent online?
Yep. Hi, Dylan. Go ahead.
Hi there. I'm wondering if you'd be willing to have a deferral in order to have transportation's approval in hand when you come back, and also to talk to the neighbor a bit more and see if you can make an arrangement that she would find more satisfactory, and have give you more time to talk to the neighbor and work something out.
Yeah, here's the tricky thing. The tricky thing is the site is very constrained in order to gain access up to that front porch because of the elevated platform. We need room for stairs, and we need room for that parking stall. And so, and the ability to shrink that addition, it's already a fairly small stature. And so, with our discussions with the neighbor already, unless we significantly drop the elevation of that structure, I'm not sure we're gonna land on the same page. And I think this is an east-facing wall that's already shaded. They get a lot of their sun from the south side. This is like a tightly cornered eastern side wall that is already heavily shadowed. So I don't know if we're gonna be able to positively improve the situation with any changes to the design.
Would you wouldn't be open to a deferral then?
I mean, if that's where we're landing today, then that's where we're landing. I don't really want to roll the dice, but I'm just kind of reinstating my comments on the matter.
Rather proceed, I think.
So you'd rather proceed?
Subject to getting a parking.
Is that correct?
Yeah, subject to getting a parking pass.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, we're back in committee.
Okay, so I'll make an attempt at the first motion and we'll see where it goes. I'm not one, I know what you were getting at with the deferral, but I tend to think that the right choice is being made to not seek a deferral, because when you know that going away and coming back isn't going to change the situation of the neighbor. Well, you know what? Actually, I take that back. Maybe with the parking, it would have given us some more clarity. But I will move to approve it. I do view it as the individual variances as each being minor. So that's so I move to approve it subject to the transportation conditions.
This may or may not pass, but there is a railing around the terrace portion. I wonder if we leave it that way, just because I think putting privacy would make it even more onerous in terms of obstruction.
That's what I would lean towards, and also because it's pretty clear that there isn't an overlook issue. It's more of a shading and proximity to the window issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, motion by Mr. Ghosh to approve this application. subject to the transportation conditions? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm moving.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Sabrina, I can second it, but I can't vote, right? Is that the way it works, or I can't second it?
Because then you would be creating a tie.
But I can second it, but then I would be abstain on the vote.
That's correct.
Okay, so I can second that motion, and we'll call a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? I will abstain to avoid the creation of a tie. So that motion is defeated, and I'll need another motion.
Okay, I recommend we refuse this. It's on, but I'm not close enough. Sorry about that. I recommend we refuse this application for the things that were stated, mostly the impact on the adjacent neighbor and the potential outcome of success in getting actual front yard parking secured by transit.
Okay, motion by Mr. Gogan to refuse, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Opposed? And again, I will abstain to avoid a tie. So the application is refused. Thank you all. We move on to item number 13, which is 768 Euclid. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached main dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd-story addition with a side dormer, a rear 3-story addition, a canopy over the existing front porch, and rear ground floor stairs. Also to construct a 2-story ancillary building with a 2-car garage and a laneway suite above in the rear yard of the property abutting the laneway. The existing garage will be demolished, and there will be a total of 2 dwelling units on the lot. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received August the 1st. Revised zoning notices received August the 1st. Red line public hearing notice from the agent received August the 2nd. 10 photographs of trees on the subject property. Covering letter from the agent dated August the 2nd. An arborist report. We have staff reports from community planning and correspondence in support from 89 and 87 Barton Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. No registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Christopher Walker, 87 Brickworks Lane.
Great, thank you. This is it's got a lot of moving parts to it. I wonder if we could have a short presentation, please.
Yes, I noticed in the description of the project that you include the front canopy. That's not under consideration. The side, you also mentioned a side dormer. That's also not under consideration today.
Okay, so hold on, just so we are clear. So we, in the purpose of the application, we remove what's part of the sentence that says a canopy over the existing front porch?
No, we are proposing these 2 elements. They're just not triggering variances.
Ah, okay. Thank you. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you have the original notice up on the screen. If we look at the revised notice, we'll see that the 6 variances have been reduced to 3. That was in consultation with the community planner, as well as consultation with 87 and 89 Barton, who, as a result of the consultation and our modification, wrote the letters of support. So what we were able to do from the first submission to the second is we were able to achieve the 85% rear yard landscaping. We were able to get the rear stair setback. And actually, there were 1 and 2 were related to the rear stair, and 6 was related to the landscaping. And then we made 2 modifications. We weren't able to clear the variances, but we made 2 modifications, 1 to the house and 1 to the laneway suite. The modification to the house was to step the 3rd story back to lessen the impact on 766. That was at the recommendation of the planner. And the other variance is for the laneway suite, because our side yard is attached to Barton's rear yard. We have a unique geometry where our laneway suite is supposed to have a step in it above 4 meters. And what we ended up landing on with the neighbor is, rather than a 90-degree step, we went up to the 4-meter setback point and then did an angular plane 1.5 meters back. So that would be visible on the elevations. And that just helped with the impact on the Barton neighbors.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for public record, so the applicant is removing variances number 1, 2, and 6, and variance number 4 is being revised to 1 times the area, which equates to 289.75 square meters.
Okay, is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. And your revised plans reflect all this?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Panel, any questions on this one? Sir, we have no questions. Good on you for making the changes to address neighbors' concerns. We'll take this into committee. Anyone? Yeah, Paul, go ahead.
I'll follow up on your comments, Mr. Chair, that it's great that he reached out to staff and the neighbors to find a solution. I think a better solution for the specific nature of the site. There seem to be no conditions on this site. Also, I also compliment him on a very detailed arborist report that reflects sensitive treatment of the site and the existing land and the existing trees. So I would, unless there's any other comments.
There is, Paul, planning wants to tie it to the plans.
Oh,
They have a condition? Yeah.
Okay. So it's submitted, tied to the revised plans. I propose that we approve this application.
Okay. This is an amended application? Amended? As amended.
I'm just,
As amended, yeah.
maybe before we, the only comment I have is that there are a lot of trees in close proximity to all of this. But we don't have a report, so I'm not sure.
Would you want to ask the agent about the trees?
Yeah, sure. Let's.
Can we go out of committee for a moment? Mr. Ghosh has a question about the trees on the property. Do you want to pose it?
Yeah, perhaps if staff could put up the tree protection plan TPP 1 from the arborist report. It's sort of near the end of the report. Second last page, actually. So it's a bit of an aberration that urban forestry hasn't commented on your application, given all of these trees. Would you, actually, maybe I should ask the Secretary Treasurer before I ask the applicant. Is there a department, if we wanted to have a condition that we tie it to this tree protection plan, so that they put up the fencing that their own arborist has recommended, is there a department that we could address that to?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps you could do it to the satisfaction of urban forestry so that they can review it again.
Okay. And so then to the applicant, do you have any concerns with us asking that you comply with the tree protection plan recommended by your arborist?
No, I don't have any concerns about that.
Okay.
Do you want to amend that?
Amend my
We're back in committee.
So back in committee. So again, I recommend we approve this application, amended, a revised application based upon conditions that the application is tied to plans, as well as to the arborist report. And I want to make sure we get this right, is that we're going to request comments from urban forestry on this application.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we can tie it to the tree protection plan to the satisfaction of urban forestry.
Okay. Have we got that? All right. Motion to approve with those conditions by Mr. Gogan. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Ghosh seconds. All in favor? You have your approval with those conditions, sir. Thank you. All right. We move on to item number 14. 73 Dunvegan Road. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition, a rear 3rd-story terrace, and a 3rd-story dormer addition on the north side of the dwelling. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan received July 26. Red line public notice received July 26. Revised zoning notice received July 30th. 5 photographs of trees on the subject property. Cover letter from the agent. Presentation materials from the agent. And correspondence interest concern from 69 Dunvegan Road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. We have one person online as an interested party and then one person here speaking in concern.
Okay, great.
At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Avenue, and I'm the agent and designer.
I'm sorry, ma'am, we can barely hear you. You're really going to have to get closer to the microphone and speak up, please.
Okay. How's this? Is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Thank you. My name for the record is Nicole Weitzer. My address is 236 Emerson Avenue, and I'm the agent and designer for the Reno at 73 Dunvegan.
You're kind of breaking up a little bit on us. Is there any way you can improve?
I think it's my internet. It's been acting up the past couple days.
Have you got a headset on?
No, I don't.
Okay. I don't know what we can do, but if you could try and just to do your best to speak clearly and loudly and slowly, that would be great. Just having a little difficulty hearing you.
Okay.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. The homeowners are aiming to preserve and modernize this existing 3-story century-old home while adding more livable space to accommodate their growing family. Ahead of the hearing, Lisa and Ryan shared a copy of the plans with their immediate neighbors to the north, south, and east of their property. During the discussion with neighbors, a concern was raised regarding variance number 3 for a 3rd floor terrace. Due to the privacy concerns raised by the neighbors, we have decided to eliminate that variance and proceed with remaining variances at the committee hearing. In regards to the remaining variances, the building length requested in variance 1 is an existing condition for the main floor. The variance is necessary to build above this existing main floor. Similarly, variance number 4 pertains to an existing condition as the full length of the existing home is currently 0.58 meters north of the side yard. We are requesting the variance to build the rear addition above the existing main floor at that existing setback. We believe variance number 2, requesting a floor space index of 0.52 times the lot area, is minor compared to neighboring approvals. There have been FSI approvals in very close proximity, ranging from 0.72 up to 1.02025 times the lot area. In conclusion, the proposed addition at Dunvegan aims to modernize and expand the existing century home and better accommodate the needs of the homeowner's growing family. By engaging with the neighbors and addressing concerns, specifically by eliminating variance number 3, we hope to create a respectful addition to the existing community. We believe the remaining variances are reasonable and aligned with other approvals in the neighborhood, and I'd be happy to answer any further questions you may have.
Great, thank you. So you're eliminating variance number 3. So are you not constructing a terrace entirely, or are you just conforming with the bylaw?
The variance has been removed, and we have removed all access to the terrace. There's no terrace now.
Okay, so you're entirely removing the terrace. Okay, thank you. Yes, Phil?
The plans show that the terrace remains. It's just being restricted to 4 meters squared.
Okay,
The presentation material shows what we would be allowed to, but you'll see it also shows there's a window there now where there was a door.
Oh, okay, that's my mistake. Thank you.
Yeah, just to compare what we would be allowed to have by right.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then the purpose of application will remove a rear third-story terrace.
Right. Thank you. All right. Do we have someone here to
Yes,
speak?
through you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'll call up the owners at 69 Dunvegan Road to the podium.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi. My name is Lindy Fife. My address is 69 Dunvegan Road, immediately south of the subject property. My husband and I have lived in our home for 13 years. We'd like to thank our new neighbors for understanding our privacy concerns, for agreeing to eliminate the proposed rear third-story terrace variance, and for submitting revised drawings to the committee. When we asked the city to confirm that the variance had been officially withdrawn, we were told that this could only happen at today's committee meeting and that we should attend the meeting. That is why we're here. Upon reviewing the revised third-story plan, an architect friend noticed that a key part of the proposed third-story terrace variance, the 30-inch high parapet wall, has not yet been eliminated. He pointed out that now, with the elimination of the 41 square meter third-story terrace variance, the expensive parapet wall is no longer needed when a simple curb would suffice. It seems to serve no function except that it creates unnecessary height and massing of the proposed addition, along with additional shadowing of the neighboring properties. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll have the agent respond to that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the owner at 75 Dunvegan Road.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could give us your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Hilda Wong. I am one of the owners of 75 Dunvegan Road. And I echo what Lindy has said. We had a very good conversation with the new owners, and we really appreciate that they took our concerns into consideration and are limiting the rear third-story terrace. The continuation of the parapet wall, my understanding is sort of an architectural feature. I understand that, but particularly on our side, because they're asking for the setback, side yard setback, which I have no issue with because it's really a continuation of the existing building that's there. I'm hopeful that they will consider reducing the parapet wall for the reasons that Lindy has set out. If they can just reduce the height of that or eliminate that to what is absolutely necessary, then it would benefit both sides in that it would reduce the amount of the sunlight. Right now, it will reduce the amount of sunlight. I'm hoping that they will agree to reduce the height of that parapet wall, just as an accommodation for both myself and 69 Dunvegan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. If we could have the agent back. Hello.
Hello, I'm back.
Hi. You've heard both neighbors raising concerns about the parapet in the rear. Would you like to respond to that?
I would love to. The parapet wall was part of a design feature intended to enhance the rear elevation. It gives a bit of mass above the rear second floor windows. And had actually always been there prior to introducing a terrace. It was actually a very recent development that we then took away. It's not an adequate railing height. It's only 2'6" from the ground. And while it doesn't comply with the railing, it does provide a minimum of protection for anybody perhaps doing maintenance on the flat roof. You know, there's a lot of trees, they collect leaves. There will be maintenance that needs to be done on this. And as we don't believe this parapet wall doesn't trigger any variances for height, we would prefer to keep the parapet as is. Yeah, we would just prefer to keep it as it's not triggering any variances.
So what's the access out to that area? Is there a door, or is it just simply a window?
It's just a window. So any access to clear leaves would be from probably a ladder to access. That's like you would to clear any gutters.
So I didn't hear, you said that's a window?
There's just a window where there used to be a door to access. We've changed it to a window.
Okay.
So any access would be from the ladder.
Can you just specify for us how tall the parapet is above the actual level of the roof?
About the joist above, it's 2'6" above the top of the roof.
2'6".
2.6 feet?
Yes, 2.5 feet. I think 0.76 meters.
Okay. So you I guess to summarize, you and your client would like to keep the parapet wall.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. All right. Panel, any questions? Okay. No questions. We'll take this into committee.
I'll
Bill?
Yes, thank you. Sorry. I'll just start by saying, I'm looking at the variances. None of them relate to the parapet wall at all. Maybe with the exception of the degree to which it goes into the last 0.5 meters of the length. But, there's nothing that really speaks to the parapet wall. So if we look at the actual variances, a ½ meter to the length, an FSI that is still quite low, and the side yard setback that doesn't seem to be causing the neighbors' concerns, I see the actual variances as minor, so quite small actually, so to me supportable.
Anyone else? Yeah, and I think it's commendable that the terrace was removed. I think that was a concern by the neighbors, and I think the applicant responded to that reasonably well. All right, Phil, did you want to make a motion?
Sure, yeah.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps maybe we can just remind those that at any point in time, if that window is ever changed to a door and someone tries to access that area, that the residents can contact 311 just to have an inspector go out to the site, right?
That's a good point. Thank you,
Yeah,
Sabrina.
so I think it should be noted, yeah.
Can we tie it to an elevation to secure that?
I mean, you could tie it to the revised third floor plan elevation, which shows.
I imagine, though, that the building permit will be granted on this plan, and it's not going to be altered to a door without having to come back to us or being done, perhaps.
I mean, we can't stop them from meeting the bylaw of 4 square meters of that area to be 4 square meters, right? Because then they would be within the bylaw limits.
So maybe
It's just, it may not be this owner, it may be new owners, right? Because the area is there existing.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
If we tie it to the elevation, then you're kind of secure that it's a window rather than a door.
Yeah, and which elevate is rear elevation?
I think the rear
sufficient, or-
elevation, third story.
Yeah.
I would agree. It's very possible a future owner would just start using as a terrace, even though it's not really supposed to be one.
Okay, Phil, do you want to?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a very valid concern, and I'll amend my motion to approve, subject to tying the approval to the rear east elevation as included in the revised plans.
And it's an amended application, right? We're removing the third floor terrace from the project purpose of the application.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's amended.
All right. Motion to approve with that condition from Mr. Ghosh, seconded by, do you have a seconder? Mr. Gogan. All in favor? Okay, this application is approved. Thank you. Item number 15 is 249 Franklin Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear one-story addition with a deck. The existing rear ground level partial addition will be demolished. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, one photograph of trees on the subject property, covering letter from the agent, 11 form letters in support from all owners occupants of 202, 235, 237, 239, 247, 251, 251A, 261, and 263 Franklin Avenue, 418 Perth, 9 Hugo Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jonathan Hatch, 6 Bishop Street.
I'm sorry. We're going to have to speak up, sir.
Oh,
Maybe it's on our end. I don't know. If you could speak up a little louder and give us your name and address.
Hi, is that better?
A little bit. Even better, even more would be great.
Jonathan Hatch, 6 Bishop Street, Toronto, Ontario, M5R 1 and 2.
Okay, just hang on tight, sir. Panel, this is an extremely minor application. I don't think we need a presentation. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Mr. Hatch, we've read the material. We're familiar with your application. Seems quite minor. We don't need a presentation. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee?
No, I think the support speaks for itself. It's well regarded by the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. We're in committee. Anyone want to take this one on? Mr. Gogan?
I'll move this application, that we approve this application. It is, again, I feel minor in nature. It's well suited for the neighborhood. It maintains landscape requirements and so on. It's really just looking at the one variance is only for the lot coverage, the FSI to be increased within a kind of what is a minor amount of increase. So I recommend we approve this.
Okay, motion to approve by Mr. Gogan, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. We move on to item number 16, 52 Vernon Street. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling, a fourplex, with a front covered porch, a rear basement walkout with patio, rear staircases and balconies on the first, second, and third stories. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this lot. Also, the existing rear shed will be demolished. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, covering letter from the agent, a chart of comparable approvals from the agent, planning rationale from the agent, and a tree protection plan. We have correspondence in concern or interest from 269 St. John's Road, 46 Vernon Street, and 34 Vernon Street. We have correspondence in opposition from 60 Vernon, 50, 56, 55 Vernon, Mr. Fenrick from no address on St. John's Road, 67 Vernon, 227 and 241 St. John's Road, and a 33 signature petition in opposition signed by owners, occupants of properties on Vernon Street and St. John's Road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. We also have a number of registered speakers here in person speaking in opposition, as well as a couple online. So at this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Okay, Mr. Chan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Christian Chan. I'm the agent and land use planner for the applicant. My address is 157 Adelaide Street, West Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you, sir. We have a number of people who want to speak to this item, so we'll need a presentation, please.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. So 3 variances are sought in this application: the proposed building height, main wall height, and front yard soft landscaping. In my professional opinion, the proposed variances meet the Planning Act's 4 tests. I've had discussions with city planning, and planning staff noted no concerns with the application or the variances. No other city division has filed any submissions, including urban forestry, and I understand there are some concerns with regard to the tree in the front yard. And I have reviewed the letters of concern and opposition by the surrounding residents, which I'll address in rebuttal. The proposal is for a 3-story, 4-unit rental building, including a rear basement walkout and rear amenity spaces on balconies for each unit to the rear. The proposed above grade floor area is 293.91 meters squared, and the depth proposed is 16.92 and compliant. The proposed floor area of each unit is about 1,000 square feet. The site is currently developed with a 2-story detached home in the rear ancillary structure, a shed. And I'll just go into discussion on the neighborhood in terms of housing. The neighborhood has a lower percentage of rental households in comparison to the city at large, according to the neighborhood profile. And from a housing planning perspective, the proposed fourplex seeks to contribute to increasing the quantity of additional rental housing in the neighborhood. I'll go into a discussion of the variances. If I can ask staff to please pull up page 2 of the presentation that was filed in the late materials. So with respect to the height variance, the variance sought is 50 centimeters above the permitted maximum height in this zone. The number of stories complies with the zoning bylaw and conforms to the neighborhood policies of the OP. The impact of the minor increase in height is offset by compliance with the minimum front, rear, and side setbacks and compliance with the permitted building length and depth. If staff can pull up the presentation on page 2, also page 16 of the rationale shows a graphic showing the incremental increase over the permitted height. So 1.64 feet is the requested increase in height and is the only built form factor that's beyond the maximum permitted building envelope.
Hold on a second, sir. We're trying to find your presentation materials. If you just want to wait a sec.
Yes, sir. Sure. It was filed with the late materials to staff.
Panel doesn't have it in our package.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's under our very late, so we're just folder. You haven't seen it yet, so the agent is going to present it to you. We're just going to have it
Yes,
here.
this package is just reiterating what was in the planning rationale, just in a different format, landscape format, so it's easier to see on the screen.
Okay, we have it now, so if you want to take us through it, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. So this is for variance number 1. So this is the requested increase is of 50 centimeters or 1.64 feet over the permitted maximum, which is, in my opinion, minor and perceptible from the streetscape. The front and rear roof shape is angled and contains dormers to mitigate impacts of the requested increase. The requested increase in the height is to facilitate residential units with a 10-foot floor-to-floor height, which once constructed will result in 8.75-foot ceilings for each unit. The 3-story multiplex in it of itself in a 3-story building is not considered a prevailing characteristics of the immediate context. However, OPA 649 as carried out by Site and Area Specific Policy 826, do not require multiplexes to conform to prevailing heights, massing, scale, and density in the geographic neighborhood. That was overrided. So Policy 4.1.5C is not applicable to multiplexes because in recognition that increased heights would be required for multiplexes. So increases to maximum building heights have been approved on 190 Maria Street at 1.34 meters, and that was also combined with a greater building depth at 18.41 meters and a 0 meter side yard setback. If you can move to the next page of the presentation in regards to the variance for main wall heights, the proposed front and rear main wall height are aligned with approvals for main wall heights in the local neighborhood. The purpose of the main wall height variance is to permit sufficient floor area to be used for a residential rental dwelling unit on the uppermost story. Otherwise, the ceiling heights would be lower and would eliminate the ability to have the fourth unit. In the geographic neighborhood, there have been variances approved, increases to main wall heights of up to 10.62 meters on 615A and B Beresford. So the main wall height variance has also been discussed with community planning. I've noted no concerns with the proposed main wall height of the fourplex. And finally, the final variance, variance number 3, if you can go to page 5 of the presentation. So actually, if you can go back to the last page with the yellow. So that's the incremental increase that's being requested for both the main wall height and the overall building height in this application. Next page, please. So the minimum front yard soft landscaping is at 61%. But in my opinion, there's a lesser impact of the reduction in soft landscaping, even though it's below the 75% requirement, because the proposed development actually increases the quantity in square meterage of front yard landscaping by approximately 4 meters squared, or 26% over the existing condition. If you can go to the next page, please. There are many other lots on Vernon Street which contain front yard driveways and parking pads that reduce front yard soft landscaping, such as 36, 38, 44, 46, 50, 60, 62, 64, 68, 70, 72, and 74 Vernon Street. The reduction in the front yard soft landscaping are for the purposes of providing the window well to the lower level unit of the building. And you can see here that it's clear that the proposed building siting is sited outside of the minimum tree protection zone that's required by urban forestry. The site plan, in fact, again, proposes an increase in soft landscaping. And also there has been approvals in the geographic neighborhood for reductions in soft yard landscaping, front yard soft landscaping for as little as 38 to 68%. And again, in this case, what we have here is in fact a 4 meter squared increase in soft landscaping, despite the fact that the variance is required over the existing condition. And with that, I would respectfully submit to you that the proposal meets the 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. And I welcome your comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think we'll hold questions until we hear from the folks assembled.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll begin with the owner at 77 Vernon Street.
Thank you for hearing me today, and I must say this is the first time I've been at a hearing like this, and I'm quite thankful for the Green Pea app. I'd just like to ask...
So if we could have your name and address.
Oh, I'm
for the
sorry,
record.
Gary
No worries.
Fluxgold, Fluxgold at 77 Vernon Street.
Thank you.
Before I jump in, this updated application, variance and application and information came through at what time to the committee? I'm wondering, because some of my notes are based on previous things, and I'm curious how recent that is and whether we had an actual chance to comment.
So when I read this into the record, we received most materials either in June and some additional materials in towards the end of July.
So this specific thing that the agent was commenting on came to you?
This is the application that was originally submitted, so
Okay, great.
it's been with us since it was originally submitted.
Okay, so first I'd just like to comment that he said the units are 1,000 square feet, and in fact, I believe they're 1,200 to 1,300 square feet. So we should check that as part of our process. So I'm just going to, I'll just read my opposition to variance 3. And it says, the proposed development at 52 Gilmore has raised the passions of the people on our street and will dwarf our houses. It is essentially 3 average houses piled up on their sides. I hope we can find some common ground here today to create a good situation. I would like to address the variance 3, the reduction in front yard soft landscaping. Vernon Street is a place where we love our gardens and we put a lot of work into them. The application tries to minimize this reduction, but that does not match up with the reality of the impact. Losing 25% of the green space is not good for what is already a very small front yard and is not a minor variance. This will have a significant impact on the streetscaping and the surrounding context. The official multiplex plan amendment requires that multiplex development maximizes contiguous soft landscaping, but over 20% of the proposed green space is in a separate 2-foot strip. The multiplex amendment also requires the protection of healthy trees and the encouraged expansion of the tree canopy. The proposal clearly shows the necessary rear access walkway running out from the west side of the building, where it would run directly into a large protected tree, as well as the fire hydrant. That could be problematic. Rerouting the walkway across the front yard would further reduce the green space, definitely not a minor variance. The north side of Vernon Street has already lost several large trees due to disease and misfortune, and the residents miss them greatly. The loss of yet another tree would significantly reduce the remaining tree canopy. Official plan Chapter 3 policies require developers and development to preserve existing mature trees and incorporate them into the development. Just further, we'll just add one thing. They're going to take over a great deal of the backyard, which is green space, and it will look into the surrounding houses, yards as well. Thank you for your time. I hope we can come up with some mutually agreed upon solution to these issues.
Sorry, sir, your address was again?
7 Vernon Street.
So you're a little bit further down.
That's
Is
right.
this, now you've talked about some more broadly concepts. Is this application, how does it impact you directly?
What will impact me directly is I see it as a possible future issue with houses that surround me. I support our neighbors, and I want to help in what I feel is an overly ambitious development.
Okay.
And I don't disagree with the act of developing and making apartments and building, and I want to see things move forward, but this is just way too big.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Phil. One more question?
Yeah,
Yes,
sorry.
sir.
Just based on how you were presenting, I just want to make sure or ask if you understand that the variance for the front yard landscaping is a variance from what the zoning says. Front yard landscaping is going to increase from what's there today. Did you understand that it's actually increasing?
The way I read it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there'll be 2 walkways coming up front. There'll be issue in the actual where the street meets the zoning.
Sir, is your microphone on there?
I'm sorry.
Okay, there. That's better. Thank you.
The way I read it is it's an actual decrease. So correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, you are wrong. You are wrong.
Okay, please explain.
So the plans show that the current soft landscaping are 16.19 square meters, and the new is going to add an additional almost 4 square meters because they're removing the porch, and the porch portion is going to be new green space, less the walkway through it.
May I also defer a little bit of this answer to this gentleman?
Well, if that,
Sure, yeah, no, I just wanted to understand your understanding.
Yeah, because I'm a little confused now based on your information, and I'd
Yeah.
like to, Christopher,
So
speak further
if the-
towards that.
yeah, we'll get to the next speaker and we can.
And
raise
he'll
that.
pick
And
up that.
We can also, when we get the agent back, we can have the agent make sure that we all understand exactly what's going on in the front yard.
And if I might just say, could the agent be more specific as to the exact size of the units, because he said about 1,000?
Sure, we can ask the agent that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
No worries.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can hear from 50 Vernon Street.
Good afternoon.
Hi. My name is Mary Sheena. My mother lives at 50 Vernon Street, so I'm here on her behalf. She's elderly. So my mother lives right next door to this proposed development. She is elderly and not able to attend this hearing personally. I believe my parents bought the house in 1959 and lived there ever since. My father has passed away. They raised 4 children there. And for the most part, with the exception of a few new homes, the street has not changed and has maintained its integrity and character. As I said in our letter, we find it extremely shocking that the plan to develop a 4-plex building only requires minor variances. The proposed structure is more than 3 times the size of the current dwelling or current house on that lot. Vernon Street is a small residential side street. The length of the proposed building is more than 55 feet, which does not include the stairs and balconies which are attached to the back of the building. And it will be more than 11 meters high or 38 feet. How can this be permitted? I don't understand. I question how the height and variances requested are minor when the proposed multiplex is a huge rectangular structure in the middle of the block at nearly twice the eaves height of the neighboring houses and most of the houses on the street. This surely cannot be a minor variance. My mother's house and our neighbors on the other side, Bill and Marilyn is behind me, will be dwarfed by an 11-meter wall running most of the length of our backyards. And the adjacent lots on St. John's will be facing an 11-meter tower suddenly looming over their back fence. This is not a minor variance. The structure will be more than a full story higher than most houses or the street, or 5 meters, which is about 16 feet higher. So literally, the roof lines will be like this on the street, and then we have this. My mother is elderly. One of the few joys she gets out of her day is sitting in the backyard and enjoying the open view to the backyard. She will now be faced with this 11-meter structure running the length of the yard. Surely this can't be a minor variance. This structure will completely block the sightline for my mother and for the neighbors around this structure and cast a huge shadow of much of the day in the neighborhood. When my mother looks up, we'll be looking out in her backyard. There will be balconies now looking down on her and people, and a few meters away, and the privacy impact is not going to be minor, and it will have the same impact on all of the adjacent lots. A structure this size should not be allowed. This structure is an apartment building that should be on a main street like Dundas, not a small street like Vernon. Vernon Street runs east-west, so the structure scaling over 11 meters will change the sun patterns for the surrounding lots and gardens and throw a huge shadow across neighboring adjacent lots, completely shadowing some lots for a good part of the day, and this should not be considered a minor impact. We also object to the change to the east side setback between 52 and 50 Vernon Street. We request that there be no change to this east side setback to prevent clear access between properties. We agree with the numerous issues raised by the neighbors in the letters and the petition, and you will hear from more personally here today. The sheer scale and mass of this proposed structure is too big and too high for the street. As I mentioned, Vernon is a small residential side street. There seems to be no consideration given to preserving the physical character of the neighborhood and protecting the rights of neighboring property owners. As stated by other neighbors, the proposed development does not respect and reinforce the physical character, heights, massing, and scale, does not respect privacy, sunlight views, and does not respect the meaning and intent of the relevant bylaws and does not align with the official plan. These developments are changing the landscape of the city and the neighborhoods, and not for the better. We respectfully ask the Committee of Adjustment to reevaluate the proposed development to scale it back so that it is comparable in size and in keeping with the character and scale of the other houses on the street, and to integrate with the immediate neighborhood. You can still have a multiplex unit within the footprint of that is respectful and comparable to the houses on the street. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Dylan, we have a question for you.
Yeah, a question for you as a direct neighbor. So, you know, we may or may not approve this. If it was approved, would you want to have privacy screening at the side of the balcony spaces? That creates privacy, but it also creates a certain amount of additional mass. So I wanted to find out whether, if it was approved, whether you would want those or you would prefer not to have those.
This is a difficult question because I don't want the balconies.
Yeah.
I don't want the structure. So of course, if it was approved, privacy screening would be an improvement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further, Phil?
And where do you live? So you mentioned your mother resides next
At
door.
50. I live at 16 Murray Street, which is in the west end of the city.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. And I'm at my mother's house almost daily, along with my brothers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can now hear from the owner at 56 Vernon Street.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Marilyn Georgieff. I live at 56 Vernon Street.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm the resident of 56 Vernon Street, which is adjacent to the proposed plan. The application is not in line with the City of Toronto plan, which calls for intensification along major streets and transit hubs. This street falls within the definition of neighborhood, and any amendments to existing structures must abide by the plan, which very specifically states the protection of neighborhoods against increased density. The developer is trying to push this through by relying on the broad definition of neighborhood within the City of Toronto plan, which allows for structures of 4 stories or less. This definition was intended to accommodate existing housing within neighborhoods when the plan was written. It takes into account the neighborhoods include main streets. In this case, sections of Runnymede are included on the boundary of the neighborhood where the scale of the street may be appropriate for the larger structure of multiplex development. The intent of the plan was not to disrupt neighborhoods as they exist. The plan does not even encourage intensification on land and major streets, neighborhoods, and certainly does not allow for this level of intensification on a quiet street within neighborhoods. Overall, in respect of neighborhoods, the plan includes protection of the tree canopy and green spaces, have heights, massing, and scale that takes into account the existing form of development, and provide adequate sunlight and sky views buildings. This proposal does not respect the plans in any of these measures. The plan does not allow for rezoning, minor variance, consent, or other public action that are out of keeping within the overall physical character of the entire neighborhood. The plan requires that the development in established neighborhoods will respect and reinforce the existing physical character and of each geographic neighborhood. The plan requires that development will protect privacy of adjacent buildings by providing setbacks and separation. This proposal will have a significant impact on 56 Vernon Street, which is adjacent to the site. The structure will produce a loss of privacy to the rear yard while also creating imposing views and shadow issues within the property. In addition, the addition of 4 housing units on this street would have a significant impact on the limited street parking that currently exists. The developer has provided a list of comparables that are not in fact comparable to anything on this street in 99% of the developments listed. The immediate context is greatly different. This includes height examples, which are all neighborhood by homes of the same height. The depth examples are utilizing properties that allow for deeper setbacks without impacting neighbors. The list does not include a single residence that towers over its neighbors. In addition, this proposal is also twice as deep as any other home with greatly reduced front and rear yard space. The street also has a precedent. 60 Vernon Street is a detached home that was a rebuild and is adjacent to 56. During planning of this property, the City of Toronto set forth strict criteria for construction such that this home is the absolute maximum height and size that is appropriate for the street. Based on this decision, nothing on the street should exceed the scale of that property. Lastly, the plan requires that all forms of development are made available to suit the varying interests of the public. Detached homes are in short supply and in very high demand given the limited space for the form of development and supply that is available. This proposal would be removing part of that supply, which could never be replaced. There are plenty of sites available for multi-unit development that have been properly designated and zoned for such development. The City of Toronto certainly is in need of additional housing. That solution should not include the destruction of existing neighborhoods that would be extremely short-sighted and very poor city planning, and is clearly not in line with the intent of the City of Toronto plan. Overall, this proposal does not meet any of the requirements for minor variance, as it does not follow the general intent and purpose of the city's official plan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You've raised a number of important and valid concerns, but one of the things I think we do need to understand is that City Council recently brought in changes that allow and in fact encourage multiplexes being constructed into existing neighborhoods. So that is a new policy that will permit multiplexes in existing neighborhoods.
But you have to understand that I've already got one big house over here, which is perfectly fine. But this one is going back three-quarters back
and that's why you've raised some concerns, but I just wanted to correct you on that broader policy framework that Council is now encouraging and permits multiplexes to be
Basically,
constructed.
I'm not going to be able to see anything to the east of me.
Yeah, and those are the concerns that we'll take into consideration.
Thank you.
Dylan, do you have a question?
Yeah,
sorry,
hi.
ma'am. Just going to make you sit down again.
Wait, I wanted to ask you the same question as I asked the other neighbor. Should this be approved, which may or may not happen, would you prefer to have privacy screening on the balconies at the rear?
Well, the balconies at the rear
Yeah.
are not going to affect me because it's so far back in the backyard that I wouldn't even see the balconies.
So
I'm objecting to the size of the property and how far back it is going.
Yeah.
So basically, I have no sight line down the street at all, or any of the backyards that I would normally speak to neighbors, wave to neighbors. I would not have that because this property is going that far back.
So it doesn't matter to you whether or not there's privacy
Nope.
screening on the rear balconies?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can hear from the owner at 52 Vernon Street.
That's the
Sorry,
owner?
we have, John?
Well, he was speaking for me, but he had to leave, so.
Oh, okay. Okay, so then Christopher Harvey, 67 Vernon Street.
Thank you. I submitted a few illustrations.
Hi, if you just want to, have a
Absolutely.
seat, make sure your mic, is a little red light on?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and if we could have your name and address, please.
Of course. My name is Christopher Harvey. I'm from 67 Vernon Street.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Could I just make a comment to city staff? I submitted several illustrations with
Yep.
the letter. I spoke to them if they could just.
Is that them?
Yep. If they
Okay.
could just cycle through as I'm speaking,
Sure.
I'd appreciate it. Okay. Good morning to all the members of the committee. Please note that I support multi-unit development in all the Toronto neighborhoods. My objection is to this specific multiplex proposal. It is not in keeping with what the City of Toronto envisioned for multiplex infill in this context, as is well documented in the Toronto Multiplex Study documents. The city intended multiplex infill to complement its immediate scale, its immediate context in mass and scale. The Junction neighborhood varies greatly in context from block to block, and the official plan recognizes such variation. Vernon Street is a consistent block of houses with a consistent eaves height just over 6 meters across almost the entire street, both the north and the south sides. When the proposed residence is a huge rectangle in the middle of the block, nearly twice the height of the neighboring houses, we'll put an 11-meter wall suddenly running most of the length of the neighbor's rear yards, put an 11-meter tower looming over adjacent yards, asking for yet another half-meter in height, yet another meter for the main wall. Those are not minor variances in this context, and the privacy and shadow impacts are not minor. The multiplex plan amendment states that they will minimize privacy impacts between adjacent dwelling units. Including an access walkway that would take out a protected tree is not a minor variance. Now, in regards to the intents of the bylaws, these height variances do not meet the intents of the bylaws. No intents were well documented in the 2021 OLT tribunal order creating those bylaws. The OLT order raised the max height limit to 11 meters to give a generous amount for new development, while the OLT also concluded that heights over 11 meters would not comply with the OP, especially for lots only 7.6 meters wide. That OLT order set the main wall height to 2.5 meters below the max building height, specifically so that flat roof development would comply with the official plan and integrate into the existing physical character. And note that the same order established that flat roof height should be comparable to the neighboring eaves height in order to comply with the OP. Those flat roof height limits were also meant to minimize official plan Chapter 3 impacts, including privacy, sunlight, and views. Variance 2 for main wall height also doesn't meet intent because there is a separate bylaw clause meant specifically for this situation. Also from that same OLT order, clause 1010 40 10 11. For flat roof multiplexes, any additional main wall heights over the 8.5 meter limit are to be set back 1.4 meters in the front and the rear. That clause was put in place to control the massing of flat roof buildings and integrate them with pitched roofs nearby and ensure compliance with the official plan. As for the intent of the official plan, the applicant suggests that multiplexes do not need to comply with the Chapter 4.15 or respect the immediate context, but that just isn't correct. The word used in the multiplex amendment regarding 415 is despite, not exempt. Despite is a term of flexibility. You let your children stay up late tonight despite their normal bedtime does not exempt them from future bedtimes. The use of despite in the amendment allows multiplexes into all neighborhoods, which I support, while also allowing this committee to evaluate proposals for adherence to the official plan, including physical character in all contexts. If Toronto had meant to exempt multiplexes from such evaluation, the city would also have exempted them from policy 4.19 and 4.110 and the Chapter 3 policies, and the city did not. 4.19 and 4.110 cover residential infill and state that infill should have heights, massing, and scale respectful of nearby residences, and that infill should be evaluated according to 4.15. Chapter 3 policies state that development will be massed to respect and fit within the existing character, provide a good transition in scale between building heights, and step back masses above the main wall height. A quick note about their list of supposedly comparable properties. That list of supposedly comparable property housing in the area is not, in fact, comparable. Their height examples are all neighbored by houses of matching heights. Their depth examples are neighbored by very similar depth, often on deeper lots, and the rear portion of the house is almost always lower to reduce adjacent impact. Many of their examples are on major streets, or the listed size of the soft landscaping is simply incorrect. Some of the houses are on corner lots, which allow for deeper lengths without impacting neighbors. The applicant's list does not include a single residence that towers over its neighbors, is also more than twice as deep, also has a greatly reduced front yard, also impacts privacy and shadowing for all adjacent lots. So by their own submission, the proposed multiplex does not respect the broader neighborhood context either. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions?
No questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can now hear from the owner at 245 St. John's Road.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, committee members, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I'm the one who put in a letter of objection that didn't list my address because I wasn't aware.
Oh, okay.
So I am the owner of 245 St. John's Road. I'm here today to express some significant concerns about this proposed development. I think Mr. Harvey summed up, and his images particularly sum up a lot of important considerations that neighbors have about this development. I'm on one of the lots that is, don't know the technical term, but would be facing the rear yard, and the rear balconies were a little west of the proposed development on the north side. This is also my first hearing attending one of these sessions, and I was impressed by the number of people who came with having already discussed the impacts and concerns with their neighbors. There's been none of that in this case. The most we have is a lecturing email from the agent for the developer telling us why we're all wrong, not trying to make any effort to actually talk to people and negotiate or understand the impacts that are taking place. So there's been no consultation here whatsoever. I do want to point specifically to the multiplex amendment, because I think there's a misrepresentation by the planner in terms of what that multiplex amendment says. It does not expressly exempt, and I'd like him to point me to law as a lawyer myself. I'd like him to point me to law that says it expressly exempts multiplex development from 4.1.5C. I understand that multiplexes will differ in terms of their heights, and those are already accounted for, but what's being asked for here is an even greater even greater allowance in terms of the impacts on the surrounding community than is already provided for in the generous allowances that the city has obviously done to encourage multi-unit development, something that, like my neighbors, I also support. And there are many examples of multi-unit development within the community that respect the character of the neighborhood. At the outset of the amendment to the multiplex amendment, there's still a direction from the city that we need to consider the general physical scale of the community, and that is still an important consideration. And I think here, where the developer is asking for even more than what is an amount that is generous, it will have a significant impact on the community. For my part, specifically, I have concerns under all four parts of the test, but a big impact for us obviously is going to be privacy concerns. There's a huge structure, in order to maximize floor space, the developers decided to remove what are normally interior features like a second way of egress and plop them on the back of the building in this huge structure that's going to be attached to this huge building. We obviously have significant concerns that those, at the height they're going to be, are going to be overlooking not just our backyard, but our second floor bathroom window, our main master bedroom for myself and my wife. And those concerns are very real for us. We also have concerns about the reduction of soft landscaping overall on the property, given the historic rains which we've just experienced in the city of Toronto, and unfortunately are likely to continue given climate change. We think that a reduction of soft landscaping in an area that's predominantly century homes is not a wise or a respectful way of proceeding. Those are our predominant concerns, in addition to just the massing scale and size of this building. it will be the loss of significant privacy to the residents along St. John's Road that abut this building. This isn't a development which abuts a laneway. It's going to be moved up very close to the property line, and so we have significant concerns about that. Those are my submissions.
Great. Thank you, sir. Any questions? No questions. Thank you very much, sir.
If I could, sorry, because I expected a question about privacy screening. Not happy with the very unhappy with the structure, but privacy screening would be better than not privacy screening. I don't think that's the answer to this problem where this developer's just stepped in and decided to put their elbows up and do what they will. But nonetheless, better than not. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did have the owner at 46 Vernon Street and 55 Vernon Street register to speak in opposition. We've made multiple attempts, have not been able to reach them, as well as the owner at 241 St. John's Road. So at this time, we are going to unmute the owner at 227 St. John's Road. Andrew?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gatt.
Mr. Gatt, you've been unmuted. Can you try to speak, please? Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to try to call them.
Okay. Sabrina, is that our last speaker?
We have one more from 34 Vernon Street.
Can you hear me?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi.
If you could give us your name and address, please, sir.
I'm getting to that. I'm Ron Dallas from 34 Vernon Street. So I'm half a dozen doors down. So I had a presentation together, but I'm going to cut to the chase and deal with things that I know about. I'm a retired construction manager for large ICI projects in Canada. I'll start with the reduced soft landscaping area, which points us to the large tree that we, under no circumstances, want to lose due to this construction. I noticed in the plan that was submitted that they say that the construction will not disturb the protected area around the tree. Well, the tree is so large and the protection area is so large that it actually almost meets the building. Anybody who knows anything about excavation knows that you excavate oversized for the hole that you're digging or that you're planning, the building you're planning for, you dig your hole larger, and that's incorrect. So I also noticed that the protection area plus, say, room for a 14-yard bin, which is about 8 feet wide, leaves very little room in the front of the house to get to the site itself. So equipment, material storage, movement of vehicles back and forth is very unlikely to happen without encroaching on the protected space of the tree. So what I'd like to recommend is that that if there wasn't a arborist report included in the tree declaration submittal, that happens, and that the tree's health is closely monitored throughout the duration of the project. I'll leave it right there for that one. I noticed on the mass building presentation that Christopher Harvey gave, he had an elevation of the building. Admagine that huge building sticking out in the middle of a one-block street with all of the adjacent houses having their eaves troughs at the same level, and you have this big obelisk that reaches way back into the backyards of all the neighbors. So what do you do about that? I think that the very minimum that can happen is the owners of the adjacent property should be provided a shadow report to tell them exactly what's going to happen at what time of day to their backyards, to their houses. And seems to me reasonable. Conformity. All of our houses on the street are brick structures. Some might be covered with something else, but they're almost all brick structures. And the roofs are all either fully or partially pitched. Any new building, from Christopher's elevation, you can see that there's siding going on this building. That doesn't conform and is unacceptable to the neighborhood. I know I've worked on subdivisions before. I know that there are rules to what kind of building envelope materials can be used. And if they can do that in a subdivision, it seems to me that the city can require the same of a neighborhood with buildings that are over 100 years old. I don't think that's too much to ask. Parking is a huge problem. There's 28 spots available on our street. My house and a bunch of the houses on the north side have no garages, no laneways. Neighbors on the other side of the street get parking permits and they park there too. We have overflow from the other streets every day of the year, all of which makes our parking issues a constant problem. There's got to be a solution to this, even though I know that the city has removed requirements for parking for some weird reason from developments. Although they have bike parking, they don't have car parking. So to that end, there has to be a solution. I wish that somebody would take this on and solve this problem for us. So what I wanted to do and what I focused on, Christopher Harvey mentions and does a good job of the comparable housing issues. Well, I visited all the houses either by person or by Google Earth on the list. And he mentions the height examples and the depth examples. I'd like to just point out that, including Runnymede and Annette and Windermere, all these major streets are wide with different buildings, very long, not one block streets. There's no comparison with Vernon Street. Also, Laws Street and Fairholme Street. You should come and see those streets. They're beautiful, big, winding streets with large houses. None of them resemble anything like 52 Vernon Street proposal. And also, I don't.
Sir, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up, please. You've gone over your 5 minutes.
Many of the addresses are wrong. So that indicates to me that there's no attention to detail. I'd like to mention that setbacks are a huge issue on that list. And I think that's because the owner has no space on one side of the house, which is a problem we've had forever. Our houses are close together, but this guy's building a new house and he should not be allowed to reproduce that ancient problem. So overall on the comparables list, it doesn't support the petition of the owner at all, in my opinion. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Panel, any questions of the speaker? No questions. Have we been able to reach Mr.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've made multiple attempts to phone Mr. Gatt, and I haven't been able to reach them.
Okay. And that is the end of our speakers list? Okay. Thank you. We can have the agent back.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, before we get to the agent, I just want to make an announcement for those of you that have arrived for the 2 p.m. session that was supposed to start at 2 p.m. We're still hearing our morning applications. So I suspect that we will not be resuming until 3 p.m. this afternoon. So you can leave the hearing and then be back here for 3 p.m. Thank you. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Okay. Mr. Chan.
Hello, Mr. Chair, thank you.
You've heard a lot of commentary. I wonder if you could respond to what you heard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just respond on 2 points. One, to the response to the issues with the variances requested and other issues that have been raised. So again, if I can ask staff to go to page 3 of the presentation, sorry, page 4. So again, this is the incremental increase that we're seeking over the planned context. So with regards to variance number 1, we're seeking the 50 centimeters above the maximum 11 meters requested. With the main wall height, and we could see that up at the 8.5 meter mark at the bottom of the yellow section, the incremental increase in the main wall height and what the difference in fact looks like. In my opinion, this incremental increase is minor, both numerically and minor in impact over the planned context. So the proposed main wall height that is proposed is lower than main wall height increases that have been previously approved in the geographic neighborhood by this committee, again ranging from 9.59 meters to 10.97 meters. With regards to variance number 3, if you go to the next page, the quantity is being increased by 4.2 square meters over the current condition. So from 60.19 meters to 20.39. So although there's a decrease in the numerical variance, there's an actual increase in the square meterage by 26% over the current condition. In response to other concerns with regards to parking, Bylaw 89/2022 does not require a minimum number of parking spaces for low-rise development in the residential zone, including detached, semi-detached townhomes, apartment buildings, and in this case, multiplexes. With respect to building length and depth and lot coverage, namely the building footprint, there are no variances for building length and depth, and the proposal is compliant with the permitted building footprint in the bylaw, along with the minimum required building setbacks. The zoning bylaw also provides that on this lot, with less than a 10-meter frontage and a greater than 36-meter depth, in fact, a multiplex with a depth of 19 meters could be developed as of right, so even a larger footprint. The stormwater runoff impact will be exactly the same as an as-of-right detached home with the same building footprint. With regards to the tree, again, the quantity of soft landscaping is improved. This increases water permeability into the front yard and to the tree in this proposal. There's no loss of green space. In fact, again, a 26% gain. The walkways will be constructed with permeable paving, which can be a condition of approval that my client would be satisfied with. The proposed building completely avoids the tree projection zone, unlike the existing porch, the concrete pad at 50 Vernon Street.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was interrupted there.
Is that on your, sorry, Mr. Chan, is that on your end?
No, I think I heard it from Mr. Bellis.
Oh, okay.
With regards to building materials are not regulated by the zoning bylaw or the official plan, and site plan control, which normally regulates the exterior design of a building, is specifically for buildings of 11 units or more. So there's no site plan control in this case to regulate that. With regards to setbacks, there are no variances for building setbacks, and the proposal is compliant with the footprint in the bylaw, and therefore are not required to be the same as the existing building. The number of stories is also not regulated by the zoning bylaw in this classification, and the official plan has a limit of 4 stories in neighborhoods. OPA 649 does not require multiplexes to conform or meet the general intent of policy 4.1.5C regarding prevailing heights, massing scale, density, and dwelling type of nearby residential buildings. And I'll specifically speak to that in SASP 826. It says multiplexes in neighborhoods after the descriptive text in the second paragraph, despite policy 4.1.5. Multiplexes are permitted in neighborhoods subject to the following policies. And it goes on to list another set of A, B, C, D, E, F sub-policies and does not include regarding prevailing heights, massing scale, and density. With regards to rear balconies and stairs and privacy, there are no variances for rear balconies and the exterior stairs, and they are compliant with the bylaw, and therefore from a regulatory and planning standpoint are without impact. A condition of approval requiring opaque privacy screening on both north and south sides of the rear balconies, I would recommend to be a condition of approval. With regards to the need for multiplexes in a neighborhood, if Mr. Chair, if I may ask for your indulgence for a few extra minutes. Sure. No need for multiplexes. The Junction neighborhood census data shows that the neighborhood grew at a rate of 2.4% from 2011 to 2016, and therefore just over half the rate of growth of the City of Toronto, 4.5. The question is not about the need for multiplexes or appropriate sites. It's that, as you've mentioned, sir, that they are now permitted citywide and as a land use in all of the residential zones. So again, the proposal is seeking a 0.5 meter increase in height over the planned context to permit the development of 4 rental units, contributing to the alleviation of lack of Toronto's housing availability and affordability. And also just to address 77 Vernon Street's concerns with regards to the unit size, to confirm the unit sizes are 97.97 meters squared as shown on the statistics on page 4 of the submitted plans, which in square feet turns out to be 1,054 square feet. And I'm just going through my notes that I took from other neighbors to respond to that. Also with the city tree, there's no report from urban forestry opposing any construction that's going to be going through the tree protection zone. The walkways, again, can be a condition to have them as permeable paving. There was also a comment on taking over the backyard. In fact, a proposal can go deeper by another 2 meters into the yard and have an even larger footprint than that is proposed. So in fact, an as-of-right development could be even more than what's proposed in terms of the building footprint. Another issue that was raised was with regards to a discussion on the existing context of homes that are lower in height. I do want to note that in Chapter 3, the Built Form Policies, in one of the sidebar, the official plan discusses the difference between an existing and planned context. And in the sidebar, it describes that in instances of apparent inconsistency between existing and planned context, when interpreting the built form policies as they relate to height and density, the planned context will prevail. And in this case, the planned context is 11 meter heights, and we're seeking a 0.5 meter or 4.5% increase. And if you can go to page 4 of this presentation, and I thank staff for that, you can see what the increase over the planned context is being proposed in this, for this multiplex in regards to height.
Okay, Mr. Chan, is there anything final you want to say? I'd like you to wrap up, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. There's also some comments from 56 Vernon site regarding appropriate intensification in neighborhoods. And I submit to you, sir, and panel, that this is the intensification that's being proposed over the planned context. And intensification on major streets, that's a completely different context that has been recognized in the city by the approval of City Council of the Major Streets bylaw on OPA, which permits 4-story townhouses and 6-story apartment buildings in a completely different planned context. The multiplex OPA 649 has approved that gentle intensification of this form, of this building form, is now permitted in all low-rise residential neighborhoods.
Okay, sir, I'm going to draw you to a close here because I think you've made your points. Panel, do you have any questions? Yes, Phil.
Have you had any conversations with urban forestry as you've been developing this plans about that tree in the front?
Through the chair, Mr. Ghosh, I have not. We did submit the tree declaration and also submitted the tree protection plan upon submission of the Committee of Adjustment application. And I understand through the review process that urban forestry does go through the applications to see whether they have concerns or whether they need to make note of any tree permits that would be required should the committee choose to approve the application. I haven't seen one. I've discussed this with with community planning, and they didn't note that urban forestry had any comments. However, despite that, and part and parcel, should the committee choose to approve the application, we would be happy to have a condition of approval to be that the plans should be to the satisfaction of urban forestry, because I'm sure they'll be going through to review the plans and application as well, should it get to the building permit stage.
Okay, thank you. And then also, I think there's a bit of a discrepancy between for the potential privacy screening, that the condition that you mentioned you would you would be willing to, your clients would be willing to agree to. You mentioned it's on the north and south sides, and that does seem to conform with your design's Project North, but your design's Project North appears to me to be an actual sort of southwest. But just to confirm, it's to the side neighbors that you're agreeing that there would be privacy screening.
That's through the chair. That's correct, sir. In fact, while I was listening to the comments from the neighbors in concern, I received a message from my clients stating that they do not, in fact, intend to construct the rear balcony and stairs anymore. I do not have revised plans that speak to that. However, once this, should it be approved, goes to building permit stage, they do not intend to provide the design of the building to Toronto buildings that include the rear balcony and stairs.
Just the rear stairs or the rear balconies as well?
The rear balcony and I think the rear stairs would remain for egress, but the rear balcony is not.
Okay.
But they are as of right, so we don't need any variances for it at this time. However, the intent is that they shall not be included in the permit plans should this be approved by the committee.
Okay. Dylan?
Yeah, a couple of questions. So, first of all, for the tree, you are planning to build a walkway very close to it, and I appreciate your comment that you'd use permeable pavers. I'm just wondering if you could speak to the impact of building that walkway, the potential impact of building that walkway on the tree.
So the permeable pavers, I'm not an expert in construction, but I would not assume that excavation would go below 13 centimeters below the grade in order to provide a base. So I think there would be a minor impact, but I do note that the walkway, as it is positioned, will go through the city's boulevard because the property line does not go all the way up to the sidewalk. And therefore, a permit to construct that walkway on the city boulevard would also have to be applied for to transportation services in order to have the walkway go across the right-of-way. And I'm sure that urban forestry would also be involved in that discussion with transportation services in order to issue the permit, and it must be to their satisfaction. If not, then we would have to reconfigure the walkway. But if the variance is approved, then we would have to ensure that we still stick to the percentage of front yard soft landscaping that is proposed.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, it speaks to the comments, especially from one of the very detailed proponents. If you didn't get variances 1 and 2, what would be the impact on your building and on providing the housing that you're planning to provide?
So if variances 1 and 2 were not approved, then we wouldn't be able to construct the 4th rental unit on the top floor because the floor to ceiling heights would simply be not high enough to accommodate the unit for walkable space.
Can you just get a little bit more specific?
So if we would eliminate 50 centimeters from the building and the 1 meter for the front main wall height, then the floor to ceiling height for the upper level would be lowered to a point where it wouldn't be usable space, and we would have to delete one of the dwelling units from the building.
It's how, it would be lower than 8 feet, basically?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
So Phil?
Just not that it's not a variance that's being sought. I don't know that it's that material to the variances, but just because it was raised, what are the approximate square footages of the units?
Approximately 1,054 square feet or 97.97 square meters, sir.
Thank you.
Okay,
So
just a couple questions.
2-bedroom units, family size.
Thought you answered it. A couple questions from me. First of all, a lot of the neighbors have sort of raised concerns that there weren't any discussions with them. Did you or your client have any outreach to the surrounding neighbors?
When we submitted the application, no, but then I did realize once opposition letters were being received on the AIC, I did send an email out to all those on the petition. And also, I would disagree with one of the opponents, one of the opposing neighbors stating that I doubled down on my reasons for the variances. In fact, I left it open to have a discussion on additional concerns that can be worked out. And I received one or two emails back, both questioning my credibility as a land use planner in a sense, and the discussion did not continue from there.
Yeah, that sounds like an after-the-fact kind of concept. I mean, I think when we're into multiplexes and into existing neighbors, I think it would be helpful to have some sort of preliminary discussions with surrounding neighbors. You may not come to agreement, but I think efforts could be made or should be made to have those kinds of discussions. A couple other questions. I just noticed from your floor plans that the main entrance way is to all the units is from the front, and the stairs in the rear are secondary access?
That's correct, sir. It would be egress for the basement unit.
So is that building code related, or is that just convenience?
That would be building code related, sir, for the
Okay.
basement unit.
So you are complying with code. The last thing, I thought I heard you say, Mr. Chan, that the as-of-right envelope for multiplexes is 19-meter depth, and you're at 17.
That's correct. On lots that have a smaller than 10-meter frontage and a lot depth of greater than 36 meters, then the permitted depth of a multiplex is an additional 2 meters to 19 meters depth.
Okay, and your frontage would qualify for that otherwise, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you could, in theory, go deeper as of right.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And the staircases and the patios off the rear are permitted as well. So that's not included in your depth or length calculation.
That's correct. A multiplex of 19 meters could be constructed as of right on this site, including an additional, I think the balcony projections are about 1.84 meters in addition to the 19-meter depth.
But your balcony projections are more than 1.8 meters.
In this case, sir, I'm on one of the plans that I'm looking at.
I have it as 13 feet 6 inches.
Yes, the balconies themselves would be 1.849 meters, and of course, the staircase would project further beyond that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Panel, any further questions? All right, let's take this into committee. Who wants to start? All right, I'll pick someone. Dylan?
I was holding off because I'm not completely sure of what I think. On the one hand, really these are minor variances. On the other hand, one of the opponents made a good point that the multiplex rules already kind of stretch to the edge. And I can completely sympathize with the concern about the impact of this building. I think an important thing to consider, I know a lot of people are disturbed by the depth, but that is completely within as of right. I totally understand that will be very disruptive to the neighborhood, but that's not something that can be changed. Or that's something that anyone could build as it is. So really the question is whether these small changes to the height and front wall are reasonable. And whether they will have a significant impact, and also the front yard landscape. The front yard landscaping variance, I think, is fine. I think it's true, in fact, that there's more front yard landscaping. The impact really is the question about the tree. So I think the tree can be addressed through some conditions. I appreciate I think the privacy screening is important, and I would certainly want to make that a condition as well. In terms of the height, I'm not totally convinced that they couldn't make a fourth story without the extra height, because you could always shrink the the height of the other apartments below a little bit. On the other hand, really, as I said, is minor, and I'm really not sure that these impacts are going to make a big difference, the overall impact. I think even a completely as-of-right building would still have the strong impact on the neighborhood that the neighborhood's concerned about. So that's kind of where I am at the moment. I look forward to hearing what my colleagues think.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll add to that.
Paul?
I'll add to that. Again, I really appreciate the neighborhood feedback and the perception. Unfortunately, if we just looked at this from an as-of-right point of view, the massing would potentially be longer and the same level of impact on the neighborhood. So from my point of view, I look at it, are the proposed requests minor? They're not going to 19 meters, it's going to 17. So I do think the proposed additional height and the side walls are minor in nature. But it does have an impact on the neighbors. But unfortunately, an as-of-right building would have the same amount of impact on the neighbors. I do think that there has to be some thought around that walkway that's proposed. I don't think it's physically possible to do what they're proposing in relationship to that existing tree and that existing fire hydrant. But I think that can be resolved again through some notes. But again, this is a tough one because it's the as-of-right condition is what I think a lot of the neighborhood residents are upset about. The as-of-right allowable built on form and so I find this minor in nature, and I'll probably support this application.
Bill?
Yeah, I think some very good comments from my colleagues. The diagram that was shared in the presentation materials that shows here's the additional impact, I think that speaks to it, that the actual additional impact of the variance is not that large. I do tend to agree with Dylan, your line of questioning of if they weren't going for that height variance, could they not do a fourplex in any case? And I think they could, because I think that's been thought out through the thinking of the entire multiplex plan. But nonetheless, I don't actually think that impact is going to be that significant. I don't think even with that variance that this is going to be much taller than that house that's to the west, the 60, which I would say, being a very sort of suburban house, actually it fits the context of this neighborhood less than what's being proposed here. Yeah, I think it's a supportable application. And I don't think that it's that out of keeping for the neighborhood either. I only live about 1.5 kilometers away from here. I sometimes even walk my dog through here. There already are multiplexes along St. John's, the street to the north of here, which faces a large long-term care facility that's being expanded. This sort of development, I do think, is in keeping with the area, but in any case, that's part of the as-of-right. So I do find it supportable, but I would want to put a condition or something about the tree.
Okay. All right. I would agree with everything my colleagues have said. I first of all, thank you to the neighbors. A lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of energy. One of the applications was very thorough and very thoughtful in terms of raising issues and presenting concerns. But I step up a little bit higher from this perspective, and the city is really encouraging and has permitted multiplexes to be introduced into existing established neighborhoods. It is obviously going to have an impact. There is going to be a transition phase as people get used to the notion. My sense is that there's a lot of concerns from the residents, but I think the concerns are more generic in the sense that the neighborhood just simply doesn't want to have a large multiplex within it. And as my colleagues have noted quite rightly, this is pretty darn close to as of right. A multiplex of this size, for all intents and purposes, can and likely will be constructed in here. The variances that they're asking for are really quite minor over what is already permitted. So the incremental impact of what they're proposing, I don't think is more than what they would be able to do otherwise. So fully appreciate and understand your concerns, but in the context of what the council is trying to do to introduce more density, these kinds of structures into existing neighborhoods, this application really is pretty close to what the city is asking developers to do. So it is a supportable application. So I will look to someone for a motion.
I'll move to approve this application, but maybe I can get some input from the Secretary Treasurer on what's the best way to incorporate some sort of review by urban forestry of the tree.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll just use their standard condition.
Okay, and which condition would this be? One?
Yes, it deals with the two for the private trees, right?
Is it on, it's on public trees?
No, it's on the
Public, sorry.
Yeah.
Then number one.
Is it one for public?
Yeah, I'd have to double check, but it will be the standard condition for a public city-owned tree. Yeah, and it would be to the satisfaction of urban forestry.
Okay, perfect. So I move to approve it subject to that urban forestry condition. Oh, and screening?
So with privacy screening on all outdoor platforms on the east and west sides?
On the east and west sides, or alternately the project north and south sides, because the project plan has the north.
But the project plan is wrong.
Yeah, okay, so east and west side.
And then also with the walkway, if it's to be built with permeable pavers.
Yes, I didn't, okay, so those three conditions.
Okay, we have a motion to approve this application with those conditions. Moved by Mr. Ghosh. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Gogan, all in favor? The application is approved with those conditions. I'm sorry, sir, no.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the decision's been made with those balconies and the staircase.
Then that's something then you can reach out and have a discussion with them. I think the information for them is on the AIC, on the application, who the agent is. Mr. Chan, I'm sure he'll be open to hearing from you.
And for those that are here in person for the 2 p.m. time slot, we will be commencing that time slot at 3 p.m. Okay, thank you.
All right, we go to our last item of the morning session, which is 8 GLENAYR Road. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition with a basement area below and a staircase at the southwest corner of the dwelling. The committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the property, presentation materials from the agent, staff reports from TTC, the TRCA, and ravine and natural feature protection.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon. Oh, hi, you're here for the... We've just announced that it's likely not to begin until 3 o'clock. All right, do we have the agent?
Mr. Tam, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can try to call them.
Yes, please. Again? It's very cool. Oh, I was thinking it was me. I'm freezing.
Oh.
Yeah, I should have worn my jacket. Well, maybe you could lend us your jacket.
Hello, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's chilly in here. Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, if you could speak a little louder, please, and tell us your name and address.
Okay, the name is Wei Tam. I live in 74 Highford Drive, the City of Toronto.
Okay, just hang on a sec, sir. Panel, this is a pretty straightforward application. I note that TRCA is okay with this application. There are a couple conditions, but does anyone need a presentation? Sir, we have read your application. We're familiar with what you're proposing. We don't need a presentation. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee for a decision?
No, Mr. Chair, everything should be okay.
Okay. Okay, let's go into committee panel. I think this is fairly straightforward.
Sorry,
Did you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. We're back out of committee. We're going to get Phil to go faster.
Yeah, no, I just want to confirm that you're aware of the various TTC conditions.
Yes, I'm aware. Just a couple of days ago, that's urban forestry condition.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, we're back in committee. Dylan?
Given, I wanted to commend the applicant for already having sorted out everything with the TRCA, which makes things very simple for us. So it's a very minor, modest proposal. The TRCA is fine with it. So I move that we approve the variances with the TC condition and with the ravines and natural features condition 1.
Yes. Okay, motion by Mr. Reid to approve with those conditions, seconded by Mr. Gogan. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. We are finished. We return at 3 o'clock, Sabrina? Yes. We're back at 3 o'clock.